Chapter 581. It's open. No one knows who shouted, but everyone noticed that the token on their body was emitting Jingguang. He's guiding us. In the crowd, a white-robed man went through one of the teleportation gates and lost control. I'm also being guided. Scenes began to appear one after another. The front and back of everyone's medallions began to glow. Then, a force pulled them over, and they slowly flew towards the portal in an orderly manner. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 1/3 of the people present were guided in, and more than half of the place was empty. This heavenly secret vault is really mysterious. I wonder what kind of terrifying existence the almighty being who refined it is. Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to sense it, but that vast and boundless feeling bounced his divine sense away. Even the divine sense of a sky immortal could not invade this power. This is a locator. When we get inside, we can use this to fix our position, and then everyone can gather together. Nangong Qianqian did not care what kind of expression they had, took out something that looked like a disc, handed it to Lin Fei, and then explained its use. You demon sects really have everything. After playing with it for a while, Lin Fei could not put it down. This thing is pretty good. How can you know the resources of our demon sects? Li Chengfeng found it with great difficulty, so of course he had to mock the other party. In fact, Zhuge Hui and the others did not want Nangong Qianqian to give the locator to Lin Fei. Wasn't this deliberately trying to join the team? Unfortunately, they could not stop it. Regarding their words, Lin Fei always chose to ignore them. You can say whatever you want. Why should I care about you? In the heaven and earth, a force fell on Lin Fei's body, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Sorry, I'll go first. It's best to fall into a desperate situation and be eaten in one bite. Li Chengfeng cursed in his heart. A supreme force, very gentle, controlled his body and flew towards one of the teleportation gates. A Jingguang wrapped him and entered the teleportation gate. I wonder if it will be like what the scarlet, refining heavenly demon said. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Qianqian, I don't think there's anything wrong with this Lin Fei. Why let him join the team? With Lin Fei's departure, Zhuge Hui finally found an opportunity. He is a member of our demon sect. What do you think? Nangong Qianqian said coldly. The three of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. It was hard for them to believe this news. They would never believe that Lin Fei was a member of the demon sect. Are you kidding me? Everyone could only guess. I'm not joking. After this Tianji Arcanum ends, you will naturally understand when you return. Nangong Qianqian didn't want to say anything more. You just need to know that Lin Fei is of great use to our demon sect. If you dare to do anything in secret, even the forces behind you won't be able to protect you. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can try. Nangong Qianqian's words were very logical, and Zhuge Hui and the others couldn't help but be afraid. With their intelligence, it wasn't hard for them to imagine how important Lin Fei was to the Devil Gate. Could it be true? They thought of a possibility. Lin Fei is a member of the demon sect. It's only right for him to join the team. Why would we do anything in secret? Zhuge Hui smiled bitterly. They had no choice. With Nangong Qianqian's words, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they were given 100 guts. In the demon sect, rules were very important. If they really did something wrong, and it was a very big one, the forces behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. Nangong Qianqian wanted them to be afraid. It's good that you know. Lin Fei is also of great use to you. Even if the forces behind you know, they will approve of your actions. Even though she hadn't gotten the pill yet, Nangong Qianqian already knew. This mythological tower had a very powerful background. Firstly, it had a pill god. What was a pill god? It was a powerful existence that could concoct immortal pills. In a mortal world, pill concoction had reached the peak. They were known as pill gods. In the mortal world, it was unknown how many pill gods there were. No one knew. Among the pill gods, there were strong and weak ones. The demon sect deduced from the pill concoction that the pill god behind Lin Fei should be one of the more powerful ones who had an ancient recipe. The demon sect was rich and overbearing. They didn't lack alchemy experts. They even invited a pill god to try and decipher the pill concoction. However, it was all in vain. Just as they were about to arrange for spies to infiltrate the mythological tower started to auction array formations and battle armors. Of course, the demon sect had to research them. However, after this research, they came to a shocking conclusion. Behind Lin Fei, there seemed to be array masters and blacksmiths. They were all at least great grandmasters. This time, the demon sect was afraid. On the continent, who couldn't they offend? They weren't the overlord of a region or the big shots of a major force. If they offended them, they would just have to fight it out. It wasn't a big deal. If they offended pill masters, array masters, and blacksmiths, they would be in big trouble. They would ban you with a single sentence. If a major force lacked pills, array formations, and the like, they would still be restricted by others. Moreover, the stronger an pill master was, the wider their network would be. For example, among the pill god, there were countless people who begged him to help them refine pills. The demon sect didn't dare to offend him and had to treat him politely. If they had suspected that Lin Fei was the pill god at the beginning, they couldn't help but dispel this thought after the array formations and battle armors appeared. They no longer doubted Lin Fei. It was impossible for him to be proficient in 3 professions. They were envious of how capable Lin Fei was to become their representative. As the princess of the demon sect, Nangong Qianqian naturally knew things that ordinary people didn't. Therefore, she warned them just now to prevent them from doing something they shouldn't. Lin Fei was very useful to the demon sect. For example, the blood-replenishing pill was equivalent to creating 3,000 experts. A white light flashed. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, an overwhelming coldness surged forth. His entire body was covered in a layer of frost. Even his blood seemed to be frozen in an instant. Without saying a word, Lin Fei circulated his true essence and shook out all the power of ice. After a few breaths, the power of ice was expelled. In front of him, an endless iceberg appeared. The pure white snow adorned this world. Lin Fei was standing on a piece of ice. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past, slashing Lin Fei's body like a huge saber. The first level is actually an ice field. This is only the first level, and it's already so powerful. Lin Fei used the Great Protection Art to resist the cold wind. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of the cold. He didn't expect to be attacked by the cold the first time he came to the ice field. Only an emperor could withstand this kind of power. He activated his heaven immortal divine sense. His powerful divine sense swept over in a grandiose manner. Halfway through, a tyrannical divine sense appeared out of nowhere and turned into a huge sea beast. It opened its mouth and bit down. Lin Fei quickly retracted his divine sense, but even so, he was still slightly injured and his face was a little pale. That sea beast just now was so terrifying. It could even shake my sky immortal divine sense. Lin Fei's heart palpitated. Ever since his divine sense reached the great success stage, he had never encountered an opponent. But the divine sense attack just now had the power to devour the sky. Even a sky immortal's divine sense was shaken. One could imagine how terrifying it was. It seems that this ice field is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei didn't dare to use his divine sense to search. Who knew how many more of these sea beasts there were down there? If a few of them came, he would really be in big trouble. He took out the locator. There was only a green dot on it, replacing their red dots. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and sank into the ice and snow. Half an hour later, Lin Fei came out again and found that there was already a red dot on the locator. However, the location was very far away and it would take some time for him to meet up. Let's go to the first ice field and see what good stuff there is. Lin Fei put away the locator and flew in the direction of Nangong Qianqian. After seeing a powerful sea beast, he was full of vigilance for the first ice field. It was better to be united. The entire ice field was snow white. He couldn't see the end of it. Other than white, there was more white. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a large number of white snowballs flew out from an ice mountain. They were densely packed and blocked most of the sky, heading toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei struck out with his palm, preparing to shatter the small snowballs. Rumble! Before Lin Fei's attack could reach them, the snowballs that filled the sky exploded one by one. Their terrifying power was no weaker than a peak Emperor Realm expert. Damn, they can self-destruct. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei was stunned. Another group of snowballs shot out from the ice mountain. No, it should be said that they were whistling toward him. They seemed to have no intention of letting go. Damn! Compared to the previous explosion, there were more snowballs flying over. Detection. Lin Fei was vigilant. He quickly opened the system and activated the detection skill. Normally, Lin Fei rarely used the detection skill. He used his divine sense to scan the area just now, but didn't find any species. He could only ask the system for help. Iceberg Snow Monster, a special creature. It has a long life force, but its combat power is not strong. Its only skill is to use the clone self-destruction technique. It has a strong desire to control its territory. Ding! Discovered Iceberg Snow Monster. Capture one, and you can exchange it for 100,000 points. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So, I have intruded into this monster's territory. The clone's self-destruction technique is indeed powerful. It keeps bombarding me. It is also a difficult thing to deal with. After hearing the system's voice, Lin Fei was immediately happy. He was starting to get some rewards so soon. One Iceberg Snow Monster could give him 100,000 points. It didn't seem much, but 100 of them would be 10 million points. For Lin Fei, who had tens of millions of points left, this was a good opportunity to get more points. Let's do it. Lin Fei immediately decided to get more points. Scan the specific location. As it was a special life form, Lin Fei's divine sense couldn't find its location. He used it again just now, but still couldn't find its location. Lin Fei's divine sense couldn't find its specific location. Facing the attack of this special life form, anyone would feel helpless and painful and could only run away. Ding! Discovered Iceberg Snow Monster. Lin Fei saw a red blood bar on the snow. It was the special life form that attacked him. Damn, this guy's concealment skill is really good. Grand capture. Lin Fei grabbed the air, and the little snowball that flew out exploded. With a huge grab, the Iceberg Snow Monster was pulled out of the snow. Its combat power is really weak. Lin Fei opened the system to retrieve the Iceberg Snow Monster. Ding! Obtained 100,000 points. Lin Fei knew that he had used a trick and relied on the system to find the monster's location. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to capture it so easily. If it was someone else, they might have just left helplessly. Chapter 582. Ding! Obtained 100,000 points. Ding! Obtained 100,000 points. Ding! Obtained 10 points. On the ice field, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With the help of the system, he kept capturing the Iceberg Snow Monsters. On the vast ice field, it was a profitable business. Strangely enough, if Lin Fei didn't use the system, he wouldn't be able to see the Iceberg Snow Monsters no matter how he observed. Even if he used his divine sense to observe carefully, he wouldn't be able to find anything. With the help of the system, Lin Fei saved himself a lot of trouble. At least, he avoided being ambushed by the Iceberg Snow Monsters. These Iceberg Snow Monsters had powerful self-destructing abilities. The weakest of them could reach the peak of an Imperial Realm expert. Some of the stronger ones could reach the level of an itinerant immortal. If dozens of itinerant immortals self-destructed at once, it would be a terrifying force. It was definitely a nightmarish existence. Lin Fei had witnessed human loose immortals being killed in such a manner many times. It could be said that they had died wrongly. However, on the vast ice field, divine sense seemed to be useless against these Iceberg Snow Monsters. More importantly, these Iceberg Snow Monsters had a strong desire to control their territory. Once an outsider invaded, they would self-destruct without a care for the consequences. Many people died like this. Lin Fei had to thank the system for helping him. Otherwise, if he encountered the Iceberg Snow Monsters, he would have to be very careful. He definitely wouldn't be as lucky as he was now. Ding! Discovered giant ice apes. a race that specializes in close combat. Capture a giant ice ape alive, and you can obtain 150,000 points. At this time, the system rang again. Originally, the system could have been turned on. Lin Fei had turned it off a long time ago. However, when he encountered the iceberg snow monsters, even Lin Fei's divine sense couldn't detect them. He decisively turned on the system to monitor the monsters on the ice field. This was so that he wouldn't know when he entered their territory. Lin Fei hadn't encountered anything like the iceberg snow monsters. He suspected that they were monsters from another world. 150,000 points, giant ice apes? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. By capturing the iceberg snow monster, Lin Fei had obtained more than 5 million points. It was almost a certainty that he would be able to capture one every time. Of course, it was inevitable that he would face the self-destruction of the iceberg snow monster. Now that the giant frost ape had appeared, how could Lin Fei not be excited? After all, it was all points. Very soon, Lin Fei saw a group of giant frost apes smashing open a thick layer of ice to catch fish. The fish at the bottom of the ice were very big, and each one was a few meters long. The giant ice ape jumped into the water, and with a swipe of its claws, the fish fainted and was thrown onto the ice. At this time, the fish on the ice were piled up like a mountain. These giant apes have perfect control over their strength. With their strength, the fishes in the sea would not be able to withstand the force and would explode. This race of close combat is really something. With Lin Fei's current eyesight, he could make a judgment with just a casual glance. 150,000 points, here I come. Lin Fei roared as he charged out from behind the snowy mountain and grabbed one of the giant frost apes with his grand capture technique. Roar! The giant ice apes were furious, and their roars were continuous. It can still resist. Lin Fei grabbed the giant ice ape, and a powerful force bounced back. The giant ice ape broke free from his attack and charged at Lin Fei angrily. So fast, the sound of something breaking through the air rang in Lin Fei's ears. The strongest is a third tribulation bodiless immortal, and the weakest is a first tribulation bodiless immortal. In an instant, Lin Fei had figured out their strength. They were indeed a powerful race of close combat, especially when their attacks were enhanced with speed. Such a body could burst out with such shocking speed. If a chi refinement cultivator encountered them, they would definitely not have a good ending. Once they were suppressed, the result would be obvious. Return. Lin Fei was too lazy to continue attacking. He came down just to test the giant ice ape's strength. The giant whirlpool covered their heads, and a powerful suction force sucked the giant ice apes away, suppressing them in the divine flame space. Just now, Lin Fei had used the divine flame space. Now that Lin Fei had gained complete control over the divine flame space, he did not have to worry about being burned to death by the divine flame. Even if he refined the divine flame, he could accumulate veritable essence energy. But now, no matter how many scattered immortals he refined, there was a limit to how much he could improve. He might as well exchange them for points. Not bad. 3 million points in one go. Lin Fei looked at the fishes and was slightly surprised. These fishes are different from what I imagined. No wonder they could block the giant ice ape's attack and not die. They only fainted. The defense of these fishes was very strong. Every fish's defense was at the profound master level. It meant that every one of these fishes was at the profound master level. Even if they didn't cultivate, their attacks alone could kill a profound master warrior of the same level. Damn, this Qinji secret vault really can't be looked at like a normal person. After collecting a group of giant ice apes, Lin Fei changed his target. It was better to hunt in groups. At least it would be faster than hunting alone. Help me search the area within 100,000 miles. Find out which group has the highest points. Please wait. In this place, powerful sea beasts were everywhere. Lin Fei didn't dare to use his divine sense recklessly. This place was much scarier than he had imagined. He had to be careful. Ding! Discovered a powerful race, flying ice sculpture. Capture one, and you can get 10 million points. From the sky, a huge white shadow flew over. Flying ice sculpture? From far away, Lin Fei could feel the coldness turning into countless blades. He immediately dove into the divine flame space. At this time, a 500 jung long, flying ice sculpture flew over. Its body was as white as snow, and there were cyclones revolving around it. Damn, a 5-disaster flying ice sculpture. Lin Fei couldn't imagine. This was only the first level, and the species was already so powerful. What about the later levels? Even though 10 million points was very tempting, Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly. This ice field was too terrifying. As expected, after a while, 3 flying ice sculptures appeared, each with a different aura. They flapped their wings and cut open the ice surface, grabbing powerful sea beasts and feasting on them. 30 million points. Lin Fei was envious. If I'm fast enough, I wonder if I can keep them in the divine flame space? With such a huge temptation, Lin Fei couldn't resist. The ice field was more dangerous than he had imagined. Lin Fei's strength was not bad, but he always felt a little guilty. If he took the opportunity to fish for points, it would be of great help at the crucial moment. Let's try first. How will we know if we don't try? Lin Fei controlled the divine flame space and quickly opened it. A huge tearing force enveloped the 3 flying ice sculptures, catching them off guard. Their resistance was very sharp, and they could actually resist the divine flame space. At the same time, they let out a shrill sound. Damn, they're going to inform their partners. Lin Fei couldn't accept it. Spiritual sustenance. Lin Fei used spiritual sustenance, and the spiritual storm rushed into the thoughts of the flying ice sculptures. In an instant, it turned into a prairie fire, burning the ice field for thousands of miles. There was no bird that was not afraid of fire. This was especially true for the flying ice sculptures. From birth to death, they lived in this icy plain. The spiritual illusion immediately played a huge role. The resistance of the 3 flying ice sculptures was obviously slower. Lin Fei was waiting for this opportunity. He activated the divine flame space with all his strength and kept the 3 flying ice sculptures inside. The divine flame turned into iron chains, locking the flying ice sculptures. Ding! Successfully captured 3 flying ice sculptures. Reward: 30 million points. Ding! Successfully captured 20 giant ice apes. Reward: 3 million points. After a while, Lin Fei obtained 33 million points. His total points suddenly returned to over 100 million. Just as he was excited, the flying ice sculpture's cry for help brought a large number of flying ice sculptures. There were a total of 40 to 50 of them, and each of them exuded the majesty of a king. Damn, there are even purple ones. Using the system to observe, he saw that the average ones were white, then the elite ones were red, and the rest were purple. The purple flying ice sculptures, Lin Fei believed that they had the combat power of a high-level loose immortal. This group of flying ice sculptures rushed down, and the surrounding air was rapidly frozen, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Fei didn't dare to make a move. He had almost used all his strength to deal with the 3 flying ice sculptures. Now that there was a purple flying ice sculpture, wouldn't it be like asking for his life? This group of flying ice sculptures was filled with anger. Unable to find the culprit, the sea beasts under the ice were in trouble. The scene was filled with chaos, and countless sea beasts had died. Huff, huff, they're finally gone. Only after this group of flying ice sculptures left did Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. The air was frozen, and Lin Fei didn't dare to control the divine flame space, lest the other party noticed. I'll just take the ice plane's giant ape and the lone flying ice sculpture. Lin Fei didn't dare to make a move against this group of flying ice sculptures for now. The purple flying ice sculpture didn't make a move, and its sharp eyes were constantly observing. There were too many demonic beasts in this area, as many as the hairs on a cow. Lin Fei was very suspicious about how they grew, and how their strength could reach such a level. They weren't any weaker than the demonic beasts. First, he looked at the distance. Nangong Qianqian and the others were still very far away from him. Even if they were all moving in this direction, it would still take a few days. In the next few days, Lin Fei attacked the Ice Plains demonic beasts without a moment of rest. His points were around 100 million, and they rose to around 1 billion. Lin Fei didn't know how many demonic beasts he had caught, but he knew that his points were constantly rising. With 1 billion points, Lin Fei also had some confidence. Reaching 1 billion points in the system store was a whole new level, and there were many treasures he could buy. The system store was divided into several levels. 10,000 to 10 million was one level, 10 million to 100 million, then 100 million to a billion, and then a billion to 10 billion. One could imagine how enormous the number would be at the end. As Lin Fei walked, he continued to capture demonic beasts. Although his strength hadn't increased by much, points were another way to represent his strength. Capture this group of giant frost apes. Nangong Qianqian and the others should be arriving soon. At this time, Lin Fei was controlling the divine flame space to arrive at a valley. Inside lived a group of Ice Plains giant apes. They were the most common species on the Ice Plains. Every species that lived in groups didn't have many Ice Plains giant apes. There were more than 200 of them, and they were the strongest in this area. Lin Fei believed that the reason why the Ice Plains giant apes were so strong was because there were unimaginable mysteries in the Ice Plains, and because of the Ice Plains giant apes' unimaginable prey. Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly with more than 200 Ice Plains giant apes. He first found 4 or 5 Ice Plains giant apes and captured them from the outside to the inside. After collecting about 100, Lin Fei prepared to capture more Ice Plains giant apes. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the valley, causing the entire mountain to shake. Bang! A golden figure smashed down from the sky, shattering the divine flame space that Lin Fei had created. A supreme will suddenly appeared inside the divine flame space, turning into a giant Ice Plains giant ape. Fuck, a golden Ice Plains giant ape. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, how could his luck be so good? He had encountered a golden Ice Plains giant ape while targeting a race with icy soul convergence pills, which had the combat strength of a celestial immortal. Trapped. Lin Fei also knew that he was in deep trouble. Although he didn't know why his opponent had come with a will, it was still a terrifying existence. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered a celestial immortal Ice Plains giant ape. Bang! The Ice Plains giant ape smashed the divine flame chain with its golden staff. The divine flame chain, which could suppress anything in the past, was shaken away by the supreme will. Too strong. Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei was a godlike existence. He had never thought of losing. The Ice Plains giant ape stepped forward, its golden staff decisively smashing down. Lin Fei controlled the divine flame to block in front of him. But in front of the supreme will, the divine flame was split in two. Bang! It smashed into Lin Fei's body, causing him to explode. Fuck, this is too cruel. Lin Fei's true body was very strong, but he had never expected that the Ice Plains giant ape formed by the Supreme would be so strong. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Retreat. Seeing that Lin Fei had come back to life, the Ice Plains giant ape charged at him again. The entire divine flame space shook. Lin Fei appeared outside the valley. Without a word, he rushed out of the valley. After running for hundreds of thousands of miles, he sighed in relief when he didn't see the Ice Plains giant ape chasing him. Fuck, this is a trap. He checked the divine flame space. At this moment, this unparalleled what was attacking the divine flame space, trying to get out. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let the Ice Plains giant ape out. If he did, he would probably be chased. He might as well stay inside the divine flame space. As for why the Ice Plains giant ape didn't chase him, he had no idea. Chapter 583. What a loss, what a loss. Lin Fei was miserable. Wasn't he just trying to get some points? Why did a golden level monster have to come out and play tricks on him? This luck was not like buying a lottery ticket. It was too much of a pity. This unparalleled will allowed itself to attack the space of the divine flame as it pleased. Lin Fei was truly worried that this unparalleled will was simply too strong. Lin Fei could only control the divine flame to suppress it. In the end, 1/3 of his power was borrowed. It could be said that Lin Fei now had a big problem. He tried to use the system to recover it, but the system said that it was a huge amount of energy and could not be recovered. Refine it? That was even more ridiculous. 1/3 of Lin Fei's power was borrowed just like that. There was no other way. This was not a small problem. He could not release it, and he could not refine it. Let's leave it at that for now. It was useless to regret now. After coming out of the valley, Lin Fei no longer captured the giant ice apes unless he was alone. He was afraid that he would encounter another golden level monster. The first layer of the ice field was indeed very dangerous. There here, on a tall ice mountain, Lin Fei quickly took down an iceberg snow monster and stood on the mountain, waiting for them. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they had all arrived. However, they looked exhausted. This kid is actually fine. Seeing Lin Fei's appearance, Zhuge Hui was very depressed. It looks like he's fine, Li Qingfeng added. Could it be that this guy didn't encounter any monsters on the ice field? That's impossible. Yushan expressed his doubts. Along the way, they had really suffered a lot. The demonic beasts on the icy plain were endless, causing them to be on tenterhooks at all times. Lin Fei, I didn't expect you to be in a better situation than us. Nangong Qianqian's face was full of hardships. She was surprised to see Lin Fei. He was full of energy. Who said I was in a better situation? Lin Fei looked at her disdainfully. I've transferred 1/3 of my power to suppress the supreme will and protect the divine flame space. Good my ** guess. It's all right. Lin Fei chuckled. There was an indescribable sadness in his heart. There won't be any iceberg snow monsters here, will there? Li Qingfeng looked around cautiously. They won't appear. I've already captured them, Lin Fei said casually. What? Ice mountain snow monster? You can capture it? They were astonished. Along the way, they were most worried about the ice mountain snow monster. Every time it self-destructed, it had the battle strength of an itinerant immortal. With the continuous self-destructions, they were unlucky. He hated this existence to the core. When they heard that Lin Fei was able to capture the iceberg snow monster, they were naturally shocked. When they fought with the iceberg snow monster, they knew how terrifying it was. Their divine senses were useless, and they were unable to find the location of a true god. What's so difficult about that? Lin Fei said disapprovingly. Otherwise, why would I wait for you up here? There are traces of self-destruction here. Yushan pointed to the surroundings, the traces left behind by the self-destruction. Nangong Qianqian finally heaved a sigh of relief. We can finally relax. The Ice Mountain Snow Monster is too difficult to deal with. No wonder our demon sect recorded that it's best not to tangle with it. Otherwise, we'll be the ones affected. The demon sect did indeed know some information about the Tianji secret vault. Lin Fei knew nothing about the first level of the ice plains. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had never been here before. Just like what the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had said, the Tianji secret vault would change. Even if the route was recorded, it just so happened that the plan could not keep up with the changes. No matter what kind of plan you made, in the end, it would not be able to stop the changes. Lin Fei's efforts were in vain. This ice plains, how can I go to the next level? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei really did not want to continue in this ice plains. After all, he was trapped by a supreme will that could blow him up in one move. No matter how powerful his flesh rebirth was, if he kept getting blown up, he would still die after using up all his true yuan. Why didn't the main body come out? Lin Fei was confused. He did not dare to guarantee when the main body would come out. Leaving the ice plains was a must. If he went to the next level, no matter how powerful the golden monster was, could it still chase after him? Leaving the ice plains, Lin Fei did not have much confidence. We can just keep heading east, Nangong Qianqian said. There's a teleportation gate there that can lead us to the next level. However, the further east we go, the more dangerous it becomes. Lin Fei was glad that he did not go east. Let's take a break and head east. We can collect some treasures along the way. Nangong Qianqian had not rested for a long time, so she was always on guard. When Lin Fei personally captured an ice mountain snow monster, Nangong Qianqian and the others were dumbfounded. How did you do it? Even though Zhu Gehui was very unhappy with Lin Fei, he was very impressed. The other party was able to easily capture the iceberg snow monster, and Zhang Xian was filled with admiration. At the very least, Zhang Xian would not be able to do that. The iceberg snow monster was too strange, and he could not detect it with his divine sense. Lin Fei chuckled. I know a magical ability, ice mountain snow monsters. Their combat strength is not strong. As long as we are careful, we can easily capture them. Since the system had found it, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Whether others believed it or not, that was their problem. Since he had said it, he had made it clear. Great, we can take down one of the caves occupied by the ice mountain snow monsters. Nangong Qianqian had a face full of excitement. She took out an ancient beast skin. Facing the cold wind, it was not affected at all. This proved that this was not an ordinary beast skin. Lin Fei knew that the demon sect would not be ignorant of the ice plains. Haha, this is great. We almost forgot. In the past, there were many experts on the ice plains who opened up caves to resist the ice plains storm. Unfortunately, the power of the storm exceeded their imagination. Many people froze to death in their caves. The treasures they left behind are all good stuff. Zhu Gehui was also excited. Lin Fei was completely baffled by this. Ice plains storm? Caves? Once every 10 days, there will be an icy plains tempest. It's a very terrifying tempest. Unless you have the body of a celestial immortal, you will find it hard to withstand it. You have to open up an immortal's cave to defend against the cold wind. Those immortals' caves were built by experts like us back in the day. They slaughtered demonic beasts and occupied their immortals' caves to defend against the icy plains tempest. Later on, they were occupied by the iceberg snow monster, and we were unable to break in. If you can capture the iceberg snow monster, we can loot the treasures in the immortals' cave one by one. As the princess of the demon sect, Nangong Qianqian naturally knew the secrets of the ice plains. Lin Fei, I don't have a good impression of you. However, the treasures in these experts' caves are all good stuff. We must work together. Zhu Gehui said bluntly. Previously, we attacked a cave to take the treasures inside. In the end, we encountered the ice mountain snow monsters and almost couldn't get out. Lin Fei really did not know about this cave. How could Lin Fei not be happy when he could choose the first treasure out of a third of the treasures? He regretted not taking a good look at it back then. No problem. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known about the ice plains storm. Indeed, if Lin Fei had left alone to face the ice plains storm, he would have been dead. Nangong Qianqian's solemn words could not be false. Let's go. There's a cave below. Brother Lin, you go capture the ice mountain snow monsters. We will lure them away. Soon, they found the ice mountain. There was a well-hidden cave below it. Great capture. Lin Fei could capture the ice mountain snow monsters at will. With someone attracting the main force, they took down the ice mountain snow monsters in one move. Nangong Qianqian and the rest swarmed up and blasted open the ice mountain. They found a cave below. It was said that the cave was dug out by the ice plains' demonic beasts and could withstand the ice plains storm. They entered the cave and saw a corpse. The bones did not rot and instead had a luster. This was an expert who cultivated his bones. Haha, our luck is not bad. There's a celestial artifact here. The cave was covered in layers of ice, sealing everything in ice. One could see everything with a single glance. Unfortunately, it has been too long. The celestial artifact's power has been reduced by more than half. After searching for a while, they found a total of 3 celestial artifacts and a battle armor. It had also lost more than half of its power. It was a good item. Young Master Lin, you can take one of the 3 celestial artifacts. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to enter so easily. Lin Fei did not have any requirements for the celestial artifacts. He casually picked one. It seems like we can sweep the cave. Zhu Gehui and the rest smiled. Following that, it was just as they said. With Lin Fei, They could capture the ice mountain snow monsters. They took down many cave dwellings along the way. 10 days are almost up. We need to find a cave dwelling to withstand the ice plains storm. After taking down another cave dwelling, Nangong Chanchian started to prepare for shelter. This cave dwelling is not good. Lin Fei was puzzled. No, this kind of cave dwelling has been abandoned. We need the cave dwelling of the ice mountain beetle. Nangong Chanchian explained. This kind of ice mountain beetle is good at finding shelter. The cave dwelling we are in now is actually their nest. Lin Fei really didn't know what was going on. Nangong Chanchian brought a lot of good stuff. They easily found a place. On a tall ice mountain, a cave dwelling appeared. Let's kill our way in. We are running out of time. They only found it after searching for half a day. At this moment, everyone felt a chill as the temperature plummeted. The ice on the ice plains, which had been cracked open, turned into solid ice. When the wind blades blew over, the tall ice mountains were cut in half with a single slash. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out. They all knew how hard the ice mountain was. But under the wind blade, it was cut in half with one slash. It was at least a mid-stage, loose, immortal attack. And this seemed to be just the beginning. They did not dare to stay any longer. They circulated their true essence to resist. The chill was bone-chilling, as if it wanted to freeze them into popsicles. If they continued to stay outside, once the temperature dropped, they would freeze to death. Inside the cave dwelling, the temperature rose in all directions, forming a furnace. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder. This ice mountain beetle was indeed amazing. On the surface, it looked like an ice mountain. No one expected that there would be a furnace underneath. Everyone, be careful. We are about to encounter the ice mountain beetle. They are very ferocious. We must be careful. There are also enemies. They will also compete with us. Nangong Chanchian seemed to already know about this. The passageway went all the way down. They could clearly see that the cold chi behind them had turned the passageway into an ice sculpture. It was a field of ice. Someone is killing the ice mountain beetle. The smell of blood filled the air. Energy fluctuations and continuous roars could be heard. After rushing into the palace, Xiao Chun saw many ice pangolins fighting with a small group of ice pangolins. The ground was covered in ice pangolins. Kill. Chapter 584. Nangong Chanchian and the rest charged in. The battle that they already had the upper hand became one-sided once again. The hundreds of ice mountain armors in the cave were quickly killed. Blood flowed like a river. After the ice mountain armors were killed, the people who were killing the ice mountain armors stopped. When they saw Nangong Chanchian, the leader of the group, walked out. I didn't expect it to be Demon Sect Princess Nangong Chanchian. We are really fated. He sounded very polite, but in reality, he was trying to push them away. It's not fated. Nangong Chanchian also recognized him. This place is big. How about we split it? Demon Sect is really arrogant. At this moment, someone in the group was dissatisfied. The Demon Sect did not have a good influence on the continent. If it was not for the unification of the Demon Sect and the emergence of an overlord like the Demon Master, the Demon Sect's days might be very difficult. Get out of here. Our young master by D came here first. Do you Demon Sect have a right to do so? When these people saw that the Demon Sect only had 4 people, they did not take them seriously. Kill yourselves. Nangong Chanchian narrowed her eyes and said calmly. The people who spoke earlier were instantly disintegrated. Even their primordial spirits were disintegrated. They could not be more dead. In an instant, 4 people died in their group. Do you have the right now? If not, I can kill a few more. Killing all of you is not a problem. Nangong Chanchian was still smiling. The leader was perfected by D. He suppressed everyone's anger. As expected of the Demon Sect Princess, vicious and merciless, the rumors are true. For mine Grandmaster, once their mind was broken, it was a very scary thing. Even though they had fewer people, perfected by D did not dare to take the risk. This nest was divided into 2. The left was perfected by D's, and the right was Nangong Chanchian's. Who are they? After sitting down, Lin Fei could feel the howling wind outside. The loud rumbling sounds were endless. Righteous Tao people. Zhuge Hui said coldly. If we were outside, I would definitely kill them all. There were more than 20 people in their group, and every one of them was a consummate imperial emperor. If they really wanted to kill them, it would be troublesome. Do you want it? Lin Fei asked Nangong Qianqian. Ice mountain armor. After death, their entire bodies turn into ice armor. It's useless. Nangong Qianqian shook her head. Why are you interested in them? Lin Fei chuckled. If you guys don't want it, then I'll take it. Others might not want the iceberg armor, but in Lin Fei's eyes, these were all points. The system offered to buy them back. Although the price was not high, only 50,000 points, there were still tens of millions of points. As for whether enlightened Emperor Bai and the others would agree, Lin Fei did not care at all. Lin Fei collected the Ice Mountain armors one by one and converted them into 50,000 points. In the blink of an eye, his harvest was complete. Over 12 million points. Lin Fei had nothing better to do. Only now did he realize that the system had recycled the iceberg pangolin as an ingredient. It was sold for 100,000 points. In the blink of an eye, the price had doubled. Enlightened Emperor Bai, why don't we make a move and kill this demoness? Someone sent a message through divine sense. They were very dissatisfied that the demoness had killed their people. Enlightened Emperor Bai's face did not show the slightest bit of anger. He looked very calm. Everyone calm down. The demoness is the enemy of the righteous path. If we can capture her, we will have done a great service. However, this demoness is not easy to deal with. She is the only daughter of the demon lord and has countless treasures on her. It is not wise for us to act rashly. I am familiar with enlightened gentlemen of the 10 prodigies and invited him to deal with the demoness. Enlightened Emperor Bai, this is a brilliant move. The ice field storm lasted for a day and a night. While Lin Fei rested, he kept thinking about how he could subdue this unparalleled will and make it his own. A supreme will with the battle strength of a celestial immortal could be used a few times. However, how to subdue it was a difficult problem. In the space of divine fire, the supreme was wreaking havoc. If it was something like Senfu, it would be broken in an instant. As soon as the phantom descended, a monstrous attack came crashing down. This time, Lin Fei had learned his lesson and used the divine fire to seal himself tightly. Even so, the powerful attack made the phantom tremble as if it was about to be shaken off. Damn it! Why do you have to make life difficult for me? Lin Fei was very helpless. This guy treated him as an enemy, but he did not hate him that much. He tried to think of a way to subdue the supreme will, but he still could not. Lin Fei also gave up. He would suppress it for as long as he could. Sooner or later, he would find a way to deal with it. After leaving the divine fire space, Lin Fei saw that everyone was resting. He stood up and walked out of the passage. A chill rushed over and frost formed on his body. This ice field storm is indeed powerful. Lin Fei had only taken a small step and was immediately affected by the ice field storm. One could imagine how powerful it was. This is just right. I could train my body. Flesh rebirth had reached minor success, but he still needed some time to reach major success. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on the passage, allowing the cold to invade him. For now, Lin Fei could only stay at the edge. Once he went in, he would freeze to death and all signs of life would disappear. A day and a night passed quickly. The ice began to recede, and the howling wind outside stopped. They could no longer feel the chill. The ice field storm is over. Nangong Qianqian stood up. Let's go. The group came out of the passage. The temperature outside had returned to normal, and the icebergs that had been blasted had returned to normal. But who would have thought that so many people would die in this one day and night? As expected, after flying for some distance, they saw many ice sculptures. These ice sculptures were naturally people, but there were also members of the oceanic race. At this moment, they were extremely lifelike, but their life auras had all disappeared. They had died under the icy storm. There were many ice sculptures like this. These ice sculptures are really terrifying. Lin Fei sighed. These geniuses all had illustrious backgrounds outside. I can't believe they died in the ice field like this. Nangong Qianqian didn't care. The Tianji's secret treasury itself is full of danger. The ice field is just the beginning. The further you go, the more benefits you will get. Lin Fei knew about this a long time ago. Big brother Qilian had also mentioned it. Lin Fei had learned about the dangers of the first ice field. The later layers would probably be even more dangerous. No wonder Big brother Qilian could only reach the 4th layer. As for entering the 6th layer and finding the spiritual vein, Lin Fei didn't have enough confidence. The ice field storm last night was scary enough. More importantly, he didn't know anything about the later layers. It seemed like he would have to rely on the demonists this time. Those who were frozen to death by the ice field storm must have been cultivating alone and didn't know much about the ice field. Otherwise, they wouldn't have blindly rushed here and couldn't find a place to hide in the ice field storm. The first layer is still easy, Zhu Gehui said. The later layers won't be so easy. To them, the first layer wasn't that dangerous. They just had to be careful. Come out, perfected White Emperor. Come out and embarrass yourself with your concealment technique. Suddenly, Nangong Qianqian stopped. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she slashed at the void. Ha ha! As expected of the demoness. You even discovered me. In the sky, perfected White Emperor's group appeared. They formed a circle and surrounded the 4 of them. Perfected White Emperor, are you out of your mind? You think you can stop us? Zhu Gehui was filled with killing intent. I'll tell you how to write the word death later. Everyone be careful. This perfected White Emperor dared to chase us. He must have hired some powerful helpers. I should be the one telling you that. Perfected White Emperor sneered. Demoness, this isn't the demon sect. Let's see what you can do. You are strong and have countless treasures. I'm not the only one who will deal with you today. Nangong Qianqian, how have you been? At this time, a few beams of light arrived. A young man in white robes appeared not far from the encirclement. He had an elegant demeanor and a scholarly aura. Anyone who saw him would worship him from the bottom of their hearts. This was a gentleman, an upright gentleman. He cultivated the way of the gentleman, giving people a good impression of him. So, it's one of the 10 prodigies, perfected gentlemen. Nangong Qianqian's expression changed slightly. The 10 prodigies were the top 10 young experts of the human race. Each of them was a hero among men. They were said to be the 10 used most likely to become Sky Immortals. Sky Immortals! Everyone cultivated to become Sky Immortals. However, many people were stopped outside. Now, the 10 prodigies were rated as the 10 most promising youths of the younger generation. This kind of honor was not something that just anyone could afford. Perfected Gentleman was dressed in white. He was very polite. Demoness, as long as you give up resisting, I can make the decision. No one will take a share from you. Zhu Gehui laughed loudly. Gentleman is a villain. Your words are bullsh asterisk T. Stop pretending. You are a villain from head to toe. Go back home and fool the ignorant. Despite being insulted by Zhu Gehui, Perfected Gentleman remained elegant and graceful. He didn't seem angry at all. He was extremely shrewd. He is one of the 10 prodigies. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of the 10 prodigies. He had heard them mention the 10 prodigies before even entering the Heaven's Secrets Vault. Lin Fei had memorized them. He didn't expect to meet one of the 10 prodigies so soon. At first glance, the 10 prodigies were indeed extremely talented. They were the most talented people he had seen so far. First of all, they were at the same level as them. They were all at the peak of the Imperial Realm. In theory, once one reached the peak of the Imperial Realm, one could undergo tribulation and become a Sky Immortal. However, very few people in the Xintian continent did so, unless that person was a madman. Only a madman would attempt to become a Sky Immortal. It could be said that if one didn't have enough experience, even 100 peak Imperial Realm experts would die. Of course, if they were lucky, they could become loose immortals. Unfortunately, life as a loose immortal was too tough. At the beginning, it was easy to deal with the tribulation, but at the later stages, it would be very difficult. Most people would die. Because of this, very few people would attempt to become a Sky Immortal. Hope was beautiful, but in reality, it was just throwing away one's life. Lin Fei could sense the power of the 10 prodigies in front of him. They had the power of a high-level loose immortal. At the same time, their bodies were filled with a terrifying aura. Lin Fei suspected that a supreme expert had injected a power that didn't belong to them into their bodies. At the critical moment, they could explode. Only Lin Fei, who had the divine sense of a sky immortal, could see through their power. The 10 prodigies were indeed quite terrifying. If that power exploded, Lin Fei didn't think he would be able to withstand it. Chapter 585. With such a good opportunity, Li Chengfeng did not mind tarnishing Taoist master's reputation. At least in their eyes, Lin Fei was still on their side. This Taoist master is not a good person. You have to be careful in the future. Li Chengfeng said gloomily, the most important thing is that none of the 10 outstanding heroes are good people. They're all people with undeserved reputations. Usually, they like to deceive the world and gain fame. Especially this Taoist gentleman. It's really hard to give him such a name. If it were me, I would simply change my name to Taoist gentleman. I feel that this name suits him. Lin Fei nodded. This name does suit this guy. I don't like him either. I especially feel that his smile is very ugly. If it's that ugly, there's no need to smile. Lin Fei did not lie. They were all true words. Taoist master did not like him. Lin Fei would never deal with scheming people. After all, when dealing with them, he had to be careful and vigilant. It was tiring and tiring. More importantly, this Taoist master reminded Lin Fei of a person. This person was Yu Buqian, a complete villain. In the end, he almost unified the Jianghu. What a terrifying person. From then on, he disliked this kind of person. Unexpectedly, today, he finally met someone who played the role of a gentleman and a villain so well. If he did not act in a movie, Lin Fei felt that it would be a pity. Zhuge Hui was also happy. Lin Fei also said the same. After all, it was another person who disliked Taoist master. The 10 heroes were all created by them. Logically, our demon gate should have one of the 10 heroes in your divine sword gate. Zhuge Hui said, you have to be careful in the future. Lin Fei suddenly thought of a name. You mean Sword God? Yes, that guy. He is very overbearing. I heard that his origin is mysterious. He is not from our world. You have to be careful in the future. Zhuge Hui also gave him a rare reminder. Lin Fei said, I have a grudge with Sword God. I didn't expect him to be so famous. He is also one of the 10 heroes. No wonder he can do whatever he wants in the Divine Sword Gate. Before, Lin Fei had always felt that Sword God was overbearing. He had never thought that he would hear such big news. It turned out that Sword God was one of the 10 outstanding elites. This was the person who had the highest chance of becoming a heavenly immortal. This chance was at least several times higher than anyone else. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have said that. Even if it was only a 20% chance, it was still enough to make others envious. So you are so strong. I even offended Sword God. Zhuge Hui was startled. This fellow is extremely domineering. Among the 10 prodigies, his battle prowess can be ranked in the top 5. What about this little guy? Lin Fei asked. 6th. Lin Fei had to admit that this person was very powerful. Even though a portion of the power did not belong to the other party, for a super expert to be able to inject such power into the other party must be extremely powerful. That's right, there's a mysterious power in this little person's body. Do you know what it is? Encountering Taoist gentlemen here, Lin Fei understood one thing. A battle was inevitable today, especially since it was his first time encountering such a powerful opponent. You can see it. Nangong Qianqian replied with her divine sense. She was greatly alarmed. She could barely sense it with her treasure. Now that Lin Fei had exposed it, she was naturally shocked. Lin Fei nodded. This Taoist gentleman is very strong, especially that power in his body. I can feel that it's not his own. It seems to be injected into his body by someone else. Lin Fei was indeed not very clear about some of the secret arts of the big sections. This Taoist gentleman is indeed doted on. I didn't expect him to be able to use such an energy-consuming saint embryo. It seems like we're in big trouble. Nangong Qianqian's expression was solemn. Saint embryo? Lin Fei seemed to have understood a little. At this time, Zhu Gehui said, "This Saint Embryo is actually a super expert using supreme magic power to inject it into Taoist Gentleman's Dantian. Once summoned, it can display tyrannical heavenly immortal battle prowess. Normally, very few heavenly immortals would dare to do this. Every Saint Embryo can guarantee their survival. Every time it is used, it will consume the Saint Embryo's power. F***CK. There's actually such a thing? That's cheating." Lin Fei thought that he was very good at cheating. He didn't expect that this Taoist gentleman was even better at cheating than he was. He had a heavenly immortal inject a heavenly immortal into the Saint Embryo and bring a heavenly immortal expert with him. Even if it was activated a few times, it would still be terrifyingly tyrannical. He's one of the 10 prodigies, so we're in trouble. Zhu Gehui's expression was also ugly. If this lowly person doesn't have a Saint Embryo, we can leave even if we can't beat him. But with a Saint Embryo, we're in big trouble. Lin Fei could sense that even 1% of the power of a Heaven Immortal's sacred embryo was not something they could resist. For example, the Golden Monster's supreme will. Lin Fei didn't understand it before, but now he did. It was clearly a power similar to the Saint Embryos. It was terrifyingly tyrannical. His true body was powerful, but in the end, he was still defeated in one move. Taoist gentleman, stop dreaming. Your words can only deceive a 3-year-old. Now that I've fallen into your hands, you'll definitely use me to threaten my father, Nangong Qianqian said. If you want to deal with us, then go ahead. Mind Vortex. Instantly, Nangong Qianqian moved. The opponent had a Saint Embryo, so they were at a disadvantage. For example, they should strike first to gain an opportunity to escape. Nangong Qianqian, I can't do anything to you in the demon sect, but this is the ice plains. You're not my match. Taoist gentleman took a step forward, and a supreme white-clothed phantom appeared, chanting the gentleman's Tao. The mind vortex instantly collapsed, and the white-clothed phantom continued forward. Attack. Once Nangong Qianqian made her move, Zhu Gehui and the rest did not hesitate, attacking with all their might. They wanted to strike first, forcing the opponent to be unable to use the Saint Embryo's power. The 4 of them erupted with battle prowess of high-level loose immortals. Taoist White Emperor was about to make his move, but Taoist Gentleman's voice came, "White Emperor, you don't need to do anything. This time I'll capture them all." Taoist Gentleman was ranked 6th among the 10 prodigies. Unfortunately, he didn't like this position. But now, the opportunity had come. Taoist Gentleman wanted to use his own strength to capture the Demoness. With this Demoness in hand, he could extort a huge amount of benefits from the demon sect. This was just the beginning. More importantly, after capturing Nangong Qianqian, his reputation would be even more resounding. Everyone would know of him. This was what Taoist Gentleman needed. Nangong Qianqian, you have nowhere to run today. Taoist Gentleman laughed heartily. Taoist White Emperor and the rest had long since left the battlefield. This Taoist gentleman is too powerful. As expected of one of the 10 prodigies, he can suppress 4 high-level loose immortals. They're going to lose for sure. With the 10 prodigies attacking, the Demoness has nowhere to run. I wonder what expression the Demon Lord will have when he finds out. The surrounding people started discussing. I thought my strength was not far from the 10 prodigies. Only now do I know that there's a huge gap between us. Taoist White Emperor thought. Luckily, I invited Taoist Gentleman. With the Demoness captured, I'll be able to form a relationship with Taoist Gentleman. I'll have a backer in the future. Ordinary attacks won't be able to do anything to this Taoist Gentleman. Lin Fei attacked with all his might, but Taoist Gentleman's Tao was not strong in offense. His defense was the strongest, and he kept blocking Lin Fei's attacks. Great slicing art. Lin Fei pushed with all his might, and his vast divine sense swept out. Taoist Gentleman's expression immediately changed. The great slicing art slashed at Taoist Gentleman, cutting him in half on the spot. Taoist Gentleman's flesh quickly regenerated. Nangong Qianqian, I didn't expect you to bring such an expert. What a surprise. After recovering, Daoist gentleman still had a smile on his face. However, under the smile was anger. He had been killed. Although his flesh had regenerated, his face was dark. Daoist gentleman was strong, and his divine sense was also strong. However, it was far from Lin Fei's. Especially when he pushed with all his might, it was naturally difficult to block. The 10 prodigies are only SOSO. Zhu Gehui mocked, and his hands kept attacking. At this time, Zhu Gehui was very impressed with Lin Fei. He could actually kill Daoist gentlemen. This was a display of strength. It was rare for a sixth tribulation loose immortal to kill Daoist gentleman's flesh. Lin Fei, good job. Li Chengfeng, Su Shan, and the others said. Lin Fei did not look excited. Everyone prepare to retreat. This person cannot be killed. Earlier, when he used his full strength, he could only kill Daoist gentleman. He could not injure him at all. Lin Fei knew that Daoist gentleman was stronger than him. It would be very difficult to kill him. Let's go. Nangong Qianqian did not want to stay for long. This Daoist gentleman was not easy to kill. After all, at this level, it was very difficult to kill him. Even though Nangong Qianqian had treasures, she did not dare to fight him. Trying to leave? No way. Daoist gentleman's combat strength was very strong. However, his opponents were experts among geniuses. They were not ordinary geniuses. He could only suppress them, but not kill them. Boom! How could Daoist gentleman let such an opportunity go? He immediately activated the sacred embryo's power. Although the sacred embryo's power would be depleted every time it was activated, Daoist gentleman still felt that it was worth it. In order to capture the demoness, Daoist gentleman felt that it was completely worth it. A demoness was very meaningful, especially since she would be able to pinch the demon lord's weakness. A huge illusory figure appeared behind Daoist gentleman. A strength that surpassed high-level loose immortals enveloped the area. Sacred embryo. He used the sacred embryo. A sky immortal's combat strength swept out. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Nangong Qianqian and the others were shocked. Even though they thought that Daoist gentleman would not use the sacred embryo, he still used it so soon. Grand capture. Daoist gentleman laughed loudly. He activated the sacred embryo's power. A huge hand appeared in the void and grabbed at them. It was as if the world was in his hand. This was the combat strength of a sky immortal. With a single move, Daoist gentlemen cut off their path of retreat. They fell into the sky immortal's control. Everything they saw was included in the sky immortal's attack. Most importantly, their strength was completely suppressed. They could not use any of it. You no longer have the ability to resist before me. Daoist gentleman was in a good mood. He used the sacred embryo's power to capture them in one go. The little bit of power he consumed was not negligible. Nangong Qianqian, do you have any treasures? Lin Fei asked hurriedly. Lin Fei had sensed the sacred embryo's power long ago, but as soon as he made his move, he immobilized them with a single move. Their strength was also suppressed. He sealed this part of the void and suppressed my strength. I can't use my secret treasures. Nangong Qianqian did not expect that Daoist gentleman would act so quickly. As a demon sect princess, she naturally did not lack treasures, but she did not have time to use them. Lin Fei's heart sank. What should he do? This Daoist gentleman was really a despicable person. He caught them off guard. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Seeing that they were about to be captured, the only thing Lin Fei could think of was to use the divine flame space. Heaven and earth furnace. Even though his strength was suppressed, the heaven and earth furnace was not. Lin Fei could use it. The heaven and earth furnace covered them. Lin Fei hurriedly said to them, "Come over quickly." Rumble. Although they weren't sure how this thing had appeared, they still rushed over. Divine flame sealed the area, and the Boundless will transformed into a huge ape that smashed down toward Meng Hao's head. But at this moment, the opponent's great capture came down. Roar! Roar! The huge ape was furious. It smashed the huge hand with its rod, shattering it. The pressure on them was instantly lifted. Go! Lin Fei turned into dust and escaped the control. diving into the sea. Taoist gentleman was stunned. This is the power of the saint embryo. Taoist gentleman could feel the power of the saint embryo attack. His great capture, which he had been confident of, was blocked by the opponent. How is this possible? That person also has the power of the saint embryo. Taoist gentleman shook his head. No, definitely not. It seems like the power of the saint embryo is being controlled. Consider them lucky. Retracting the power of the saint embryo, Taoist gentleman thought through everything. Next time, you won't be so lucky. This time they were caught off guard. Otherwise, they would not have failed. Taoist white emperor and the others were dumbfounded. The result was so dramatic that it was hard to imagine. Bang, bang, bang. Within the divine flame space, even with the control of the divine flame, Lin Fei and the others were still destroyed by the supreme will. Whoosh! Lin Fei brought them out of the danger zone. They were temporarily safe. Lin Fei, what was that guy? He was so domineering. My body was destroyed. Zhu Hui felt a lingering fear. He looked at Lin Fei as if he was a strange person. That guy is too cruel. What did you do to make him so murderous? Even though Li Changfeng did not like Lin Fei, he had survived. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Nothing much. I just captured their descendants, but this will came. I almost lost my life. Chapter 586. Fortunately, you made a move. Otherwise, we would have suffered a great loss today. Nangong Qianqian felt a lingering fear. In her eyes, Lin Fei had become exceptionally mysterious. He had a great treasure that could suppress a power similar to the sacred fetus. It looks like you used half of your power to suppress that will. Nangong Qianqian pointed out what was wrong with Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. There's nothing I can do about it. This will is too strong. If I hadn't broken free from Taoist gentleman's grasp, we would all be in trouble. For now, I can only suppress it. I can't use it. Just now, Lin Fei had used the other party's power. In truth, he had been betting on his own hatred. The other party would not allow him to be captured. Lin Fei had made the right gamble. This supreme will indeed would not allow others to capture Lin Fei. Seeing the other party make a move, it had attacked the other party first, giving him a chance to leave. In this simple exchange, Lin Fei realized that the supreme will in the divine flame space was no weaker than the other party's sacred fetus. Otherwise, it would not have been able to shatter his attack. Nangong Qianqian hesitated. After a moment, she said to Lin Fei, "This power is actually similar to the sacred fetus. If you can grasp this power, we will have a greater chance of making it to the lower levels." Was there even a need to say that? Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. A power comparable to the sacred fetus could allow him to go far. Do you dare to take a risk? Nangong Qianqian said to Lin Fei, "I have a method that will allow you to subdue this supreme will and greatly increase your strength." What? Subdue this will? Lin Fei was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Zhu Hui seemed to think of something. You want to use that method? Then, fear appeared on his face. How can that be? That is an ancient method. The price is too great. Whether it succeeds or not is unknown. Hearing this, Yu Shan and Li Changfeng understood what method Nangong Qianqian was referring to. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. We can't stay here for long. Let's find a safe place first. Even though they had escaped, they didn't dare to stay any longer. It wouldn't be good if they were caught. The four of them flew for millions of kilometers. Along the way, none of the demonic beasts attacked them. Instead, they avoided them. Eventually, they chose an immortal's cave, killed all of the demonic beasts inside, and took it for themselves. What method are you talking about? As long as there is a chance, I will not give up. A power similar to the sacred fetus was too important to Lin Fei. Of the 10 outstanding geniuses, Xiao Chun had offended 2 of them. One was the virtuous gentleman, and the other was the sword god. Regardless of which one it was, their strength was overwhelming. Xiao Chun could not guarantee that he would not meet them in the later few floors. If he could grasp this power, Lin Fei would have the capital to contend against them. Listen to me first, then you can make your choice. This method does not belong to our devil sect. It has been passed down from ancient times. We call it the Great Soul Shifting Technique. Nangong Qianqian said, "Using my soul to forcibly occupy the other party's will for my use." It sounded simple, but Lin Fei did not believe that it was. The Great Soul Shifting Technique requires one to cultivate a secret art, the fate art. By burning one's own lifespan, one can use the fate art to kill the other party's will and control their power. It looks simple, but it is actually very difficult. For us to use our power to kill such a powerful will, we need a powerful divine sense to support the fate art and burn our lifespan. Lin Fei knew that this great soul shifting technique was not simple. Burning one's lifespan to use the fate art was a huge price to pay. In truth, using the fate art to resist the other party's will, if one's own power wasn't strong enough, then even with the help of one's lifespan, one might not necessarily be able to suppress the other party. The longer one's lifespan was, the stronger one's life aura would be. If one's lifespan was low, then one's life aura would be weak, and so would one's strength. I can pass the fate art to you, but the chances are not high. Think about it yourself. Nangong Qianqian also knew that this technique had been passed down for a very long time, and very few people would use it. Encountering such a powerful will was also a very rare thing. If not for Lin Fei having a power similar to the sacred fetus, Nangong Qianqian would not have said it. Is it true that the stronger the divine sense, the higher the success rate? Asked Lin Fei. In theory, yes. Lin Fei, think about it carefully. Zhuge Hui said, burning one's lifespan is very important to yourself. Once you use the fate art, burning it for thousands or even tens of thousands of years is very easy. They currently had the strength of monarchs and not itinerant immortals, so their lifespan was limited. They were not like heavenly devils with itinerant immortal bodies who could suppress them for millions of years. Monarchs and itinerant immortals were two different existences. One had a mortal body, and the other had an itinerant immortal body. With immortal spirit energy in their bodies, after going through 9 heavenly tribulations, the spirit energy would flow through their bodies, and they would turn into heaven immortal bodies. Zhuge Hui's words were actually telling Lin Fei that once an expert's lifespan was damaged, it would be very important to their cultivation unless they had treasures that could replenish their life energy. On one hand, they did not want Lin Fei to learn the soul transfer art. The success rate of this soul transfer art was too low. On the other hand, they hoped that Lin Fei would take the risk. Even if a sacred fetus's power could only be used 10 times at most, it was still a kind of fear for the outside world. I want to learn the soul transfer art. I want to take the risk. A real man should work hard to move forward. Lin Fei's tone was firm. I have offended Taoist Master Junzi and Sword God. If I meet them, they will definitely kill me. In order to survive, I have to take the risk. Taoist Master Junzi was a typical vile person who held grudges. He had defeated him before. Just because of this guy would definitely look for him and kill him. Especially when a sacred fetus's power appeared, he would definitely be able to see through it. As for Sword God, there was not much to say. Back when he was at the Divine Sword School, his subordinates were already restless. If it was not for the Divine Sword School, they would probably have attacked him without any scruples. Lin Fei did not know how many disciples of the Divine Sword School had come to the Tianji Arcanum when it was opened, and he did not ask. Based on the fact that most of the disciples had joined the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei had every reason to believe that there would be many of them. If they met him, they would definitely attack him. As for that high and mighty sword god, he would definitely attack him. Other than the two of them, the Templar, Sage Palace, and Sacred Palace would also attack him. It could be said that there were enemies everywhere. The combat power of a rank 6 loose immortal was obviously not very useful in this Tianji Arcanum. He could barely protect himself. Lin Fei did not want to be chased by others. With such an opportunity, Lin Fei would definitely fight for it. Success or failure depended on this. If he succeeded, he could contend against them. At least, they would be helpless against him. If he failed, it would be no different from being chased by them. Since that was the case, why not choose to fight for it? Perhaps this is your choice. I will not dissuade you. Nangong Qianqian could see the determination in Lin Fei. I wish you good luck. Nangong Qianqian could see the determination in Lin Fei. It was a determination that could not be changed. No one could dissuade him. When you want to subdue this supreme will and use it for yourself, I will use a secret artifact to help you suppress it. It will at least increase your chances by 10 to 20%. Lin Fei's heaven immortal consciousness had a 10% chance of success. If what Nangong Qianqian said was true, the soul transfer art would at least have a 30% chance of success. In addition to the art of destiny, the success rate would be at least 50%. A 50% chance. If Lin Fei did not fight for it, he would be the #1 fool in the world. A 50% chance. He must fight. Many thanks. Lin Fei was very clear that using a secret artifact to help him suppress the will would cost him a lot. You and I are in the same boat now. The 10 prodigies will not let our demon sect off. Your increase in strength is equivalent to our increase in strength. Nangong Qianqian said. Now, I will teach you the soul transfer art and the art of destiny. Because the soul transfer art was a secret art inheritance, Nangong Qianqian told Lin Fei through her divine sense. Lin Fei immediately opened the system and easily learned the soul transfer art. Only after learning the soul shifting technique did Lin Fei realize how miraculous this secret technique was. It was no different from helping him refine an avatar, an existence akin to a clone. There was a certain difference between an external avatar and an external avatar. Only when an external avatar was separated from the main body could it be called an external avatar. The external avatar contained 1/10 of the main body's combat strength. It could also contain 1/100th of the main body's strength. An external avatar was different. An external avatar could be said to be an external avatar, but in essence, it was not an external avatar. The strength of an external avatar was extremely strong, exceeding the strength of an external avatar. An external avatar could be a human. It could be a foreign race or a demonic beast. There were many kinds of them, making it hard to fathom. If an external avatar died, it would affect the main body to a certain extent. If an external avatar was destroyed, it would not affect the main body at all. This was something that an external avatar could not compare to. An external avatar could be split out. An external avatar was not that simple. It required a certain amount of luck. Some people would not encounter such luck in their entire lives, and they could cultivate an external avatar. I have already told you about the soul transfer art. You better study it thoroughly before you make your move. Nangong Qianqian reminded. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. Being impulsive is not my character. Although he had learned the soul transfer art and the art of destiny through the system, the former was still fine. The latter gave off a mysterious aura, giving off an unfathomable feeling. This destiny technique, is it a branch of an immortal technique? Lin Fei asked. Nangong Qianqian was surprised. You even know this? I feel that the art of destiny is too mysterious. It is like a bottomless pit. Chapter 587. P.S. Last month, I felt that the plot was not written well, and it was too tiring. This month, there were only 2 chapters, which is 5,000 words. It's the beginning of the month. I need a guaranteed monthly ticket. Great fate art. Lin Fei finally understood why he felt that it was illusory and boundless. It turned out that this was the case. The most powerful immortal art in the heavenly realm. From Nangong Qianqian's words, one could imagine how powerful this immortal art was. Zhu Gehui interrupted. Lin Fei, you don't know about this. This immortal art is only known by some of the top powers in our mortal world. The creator of this great fate art was the Fate Immortal Emperor, born from the River of Fate. He controlled the power of fate, the #1 immortal emperor. So awesome. Even though he had not stepped into the immortal realm, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful this Fate Immortal was. The #1 immortal emperor. This glory wasn't something that just anyone could bear. If one didn't have true strength, they would have long since been devoured by others. Unfortunately, The Fate Immortal Emperor went to another world, and the great Fate art was lost. Zhu Gehui shook his head. The current Fate art's power is not even 1/10,000th of the great Fate art's power. If it was before, Lin Fei would not believe in fate. It was too unrealistic. Ever since he became a cultivator, Lin Fei firmly believed in the existence of fate. He never doubted the existence of fate. Everyone was destined. The river of fate flowed. How one walked was how one walked. It cannot be changed. As a martial artist, Lin Fei had always tried to change his fate. However, he never thought that the river of fate would give birth to the Fate Immortal Emperor and control this supreme power. Lin Fei chose to cultivate the fate art first. Even though the system learned it, Lin Fei had some understanding of it. He had an understanding of fate arts, but this fate art wasn't that easy to grasp. In the name of I, Lin Fei, burn my endless lifespan. Appear, power of fate. Lin Fei chanted. The first few sentences were choppy, but he blurted out the last few sentences. Suddenly, a long white river appeared from nowhere. River of Fate. Lin Fei could clearly feel his lifespan burning. In just a moment, 100 years of his lifespan had been burned away. Kill. The power of destiny slashed at the stone wall. There was a loud rumbling sound. Even the void below had been split open. It was unknown how deep the crack had reached. You've mastered fate so quickly? Nangong Qianqian was also shocked when she saw Lin Fei's destiny art. Back then, in order to learn this art of destiny, she had spent an entire year trying to understand and experience it before she was able to use it. Nangong Qianqian had always thought of herself as a genius. At the very least, none of the disciples of the Devil Path could compare to her. But now, Lin Fei had used a single day to grasp the art of fate. Amazing. Zhu Gehui was also dumbfounded. He's even stronger than Qianqian. I really suspect that this guy is a disciple of our demon sect. They were all dumbfounded. The destiny technique was known as a very difficult immortal technique to learn. Even though it was just a branch of the technique, it was still very difficult to learn. Lin Fei had mastered it in a single day. Just this alone was unimaginable. I was just lucky. Lin Fei laughed. What a freak. Nangong Qianqian shook her head, unable to find anything else to say. Familiarize yourself with the destiny technique. When your essence, energy, and soul have recovered to their peak, we'll attack together. All right. After spending 3 days, Lin Fei continuously cultivated the destiny technique, burning 1,000 years of his lifespan. To Lin Fei, who had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, this amount of lifespan was nothing. Lin Fei grasped the destiny technique at will. After another day, Lin Fei adjusted his mental state, allowing his essence, energy, and soul to reach their peak. Whether or not I succeed will depend on today. Lin Fei cheered himself on. Let's begin. Nangong Qianqian also adjusted her essence, energy, and soul to their peak. This matter was not only important to Lin Fei, but also to them. They could not afford to lose anything. The two of you guard the place, lest any thieves come in. No matter who comes in, kill them without mercy. Nangong Qianqian ordered, her face filled with killing intent. Leave it to us. We can't do anything about Taoist gentlemen. As for the others, we'll suppress them. Zhu Gehui patted his chest in assurance. Nangong Qianqian took out a secret treasure, a 7-colored divine pagoda. This is the 7-colored glazed pagoda. When the time comes, I'll use this to suppress them. You take the opportunity to use the destiny technique and the soul transfer art. Whether or not you succeed will depend on yourself. This is all I can help you with. I'm already very grateful that you can suppress them for me. If it really doesn't work, I won't blame you. Lin Fei was resolute, his eyes revealing a never-before-seen desire for victory. Let's go in. Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian quickly entered the divine flame space, simultaneously turning into a speck of dust, constantly moving, making it impossible to tell which was which. Amazing, truly amazing. Zhu Gehui sighed. This treasure of Lin Fei's is really amazing. My divine sense, can't even find the location of space. No wonder it can suppress such a saint fetus. Do you think Lin Fei can succeed? Li Chengfeng asked. It's hard to say. The soul transfer art is a good inheritance method. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to use it. I remember there was one person in our Demon Gate who succeeded in using it, but he used up 500,000 years of his lifespan. His blood and qi were so severely consumed that he couldn't replenish his blood and qi in the later stages. He died in meditation after tens of thousands of years of glory. Roar. When Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian came in, the Supreme will turn into a giant ice ape, its ruthless aura sweeping over. It's still the most ordinary attack, but it gives people a feeling that it's impossible to resist. Seven-colored glazed pagoda. Nangong Qianqian took out this treasure, and immediately the seven-colored glazed pagoda flew out and hovered above the giant ape, turning into a giant pagoda that suppressed the supreme will. Roar, roar. Quick, I can't hold it for long. Lin Fei could clearly see that Nangong Qianqian's complexion was getting worse. Even with Nangong Qianqian's treasures, it would still consume a lot of energy to use a supreme, well, that was as strong as a sky immortal. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Whoosh! Lin Fei's sky immortal divine sense rushed out without hiding. Nangong Qianqian was surprised. She couldn't imagine that Lin Fei's divine sense had reached the sky immortal level. Within the divine fire space, the divine sense turned into Lin Fei's appearance. He looked more like an immortal than the original body. In my name, Fate Art. Against this supreme will, Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate. Now that the opponent was being suppressed, if it broke free, it wouldn't be a match at all. It would be destroyed in one move. Lin Fei used Fate Art right away. The power of fate appeared again, turning into a saber light that slashed at the supreme will. Instantly, the qi went crazy and cut a hole in the opponent's defense. Good chance. Chapter 588. This is Lin Fei charged in and found himself in a world of ice. He couldn't tell if it was real or not. His mind was in chaos, and he lost his ability to distinguish. A skinny giant ape grew with time, bit by bit, as if he was there, making it hard to forget. River of Memories. It must be the River of Memories. This is his core. Lin Fei reacted immediately. Roar, roar, with a loud roar. The River of Memories turned into a giant golden divine ape. Its eyes were ferocious and terrifying. Lin Fei was under immense pressure. His sky immortal consciousness started to loosen. Destiny Art. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He used the Destiny Art, and the power of destiny blasted out. Soul Shifting Art. In order to fight for a chance for himself, Lin Fei didn't care how much lifespan he used. If he didn't use the Soul Shifting Art now, when would he? Lin Fei tore open the River of Memories with that strike. Intense pain that he had never felt before. Lin Fei severed his own divine sense, and this projection became a unique existence. Whether I succeed or not depends on this. Lin Fei descended on the ape's body. At the same time, he rejoiced. If he didn't have the sky immortal consciousness, his consciousness would have collapsed. Everything would have been for nothing. Whoosh! Lin Fei's consciousness landed in the River of Memories. Fusion. What was important was the fusion process. Within the divine flame space, everything seemed to be still. Don't fail. Nangong Qianqian persisted bitterly. Her face was pale and powerless. When she saw the giant ape struggle and then stop, she heaved a sigh of relief. Others wouldn't be able to understand the pressure of holding on for a while. The Supreme will also started to stop, as if it was fixed in the void. The rest depended on the ape. Nangong Qianqian didn't know if she could succeed or not. This step was very difficult. Lin Fei's consciousness has already reached the sky immortal level. My chances of success will increase by at least 10%. Within the giant ape's river of memories, two forces were fighting for control. When one side was destroyed, the battle would end. Whoosh! Nangong Qianqian was ejected. How could this be? As soon as Nangong Chanqian came out of the divine flame space, she discovered that Lin Fei's lifespan had been greatly damaged. Both his vitality and life aura were in the late stages. Lin Fei's qi and blood were being consumed. He had gone from being in his 20s to being middle-aged. His hair was white, and he looked old. Who knew how much of his lifespan had been consumed? How is it? Zhuge Hui and the others didn't expect the situation to be so serious. They all knew about the soul-shifting great method and fate art. However, they might not be able to accept such a great consumption. The losses were too great. It could be said that they were hurting their muscles and bones, their vitality greatly damaged. This supreme will is very powerful. Even I can't do anything about it. Everything depends on him. However, his divine sense has reached the celestial immortal level. Maybe he will succeed. How is that possible? Zhuge Hui was shocked and found it hard to believe. Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal? The divine sense of a celestial immortal. In the entire Xintian continent, how many people were there who had reached this level of divine sense? Most likely, only those few ancient antiques existed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. On the 7th day, Lin Fei had become an old man. He was senile, and his qi and blood were declining. It was as if he could die at any moment. This was the last thing anyone wanted. When a person's lifespan was reaching its end, his qi and blood would begin to decline. His life aura would weaken, and his strength would begin to plummet. This was a fate that no expert could escape. Sigh, what a pity. Zhuge Hui shook his head. As expected, it is difficult to succeed with an ancient secret art. His qi and blood are declining. At most, he has 5 years of lifespan left. He will also lose his combat ability. Li Qingfeng said. His qi and blood were declining. No matter how strong his combat ability was, without the support of his lifespan, most of his strength would be gone. His qi and blood would not be able to support him, and his body would not be able to withstand powerful fist techniques. Nangong Chanqian was unwilling to accept this scene. Lin Fei had actually failed. He had burned tens of thousands of years of his lifespan until he only had 5 years left. This was too great a price to pay. Unless the soul-shifting great method succeeded and obtained his opponent's power, he might be able to plunder the treasures of heaven and earth to replenish his lost lifespan and qi and blood. Qi and lifespan had a certain relationship. Qi and life were related. Qi and blood were life force. Would Lin Fei succeed? They didn't know. Every day, his lifespan was being consumed. It was very serious. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe in a few hours, Lin Fei's lifespan would be exhausted and he would truly die of old age. He moved. Li Qingfeng had been observing Lin Fei all this time. Although he did not have a good impression of Lin Fei, his impression of Lin Fei had changed significantly after standing on the same side as Lin Fei. It had been a long time since he had seen Lin Fei suffer such a huge loss. Lin Fei opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, he looked old. Lin Fei, you succeeded. Lin Fei nodded. I succeeded. The price was too great. For 7 days, Lin Fei had been constantly fighting with his opponent. He didn't know how many times he had used the fate art. He didn't expect his divine sense to return and his body to be so weak. He was old, so old that he only had 5 years left to live. Lin Fei, you're too amazing. You are the second person in our demon sect to succeed. You are born to be a member of our demon sect. Zhuge Hui was overjoyed. He forgot that he wanted to target Lin Fei before. As a demon sect genius, although Zhuge Hui was jealous of others, he had a strong ability to accept things. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I was almost finished. The divine apes was too strong. Only by constantly fighting could one feel its strength. After all, it was the main battlefield, the host. Lin Fei was an outsider and didn't have an advantage. This was an existence with the combat strength of a celestial immortal, similar to the power of a saint fetus. Lin Fei was very lucky to be able to endure its attacks. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's divine sense reaching the celestial immortal level, he probably wouldn't be a match for the divine ape. His divine sense would have collapsed countless times. Lin Fei, I have a pill here that can recover some of your life force. Nangong Qianqian took out a pill, but it wasn't a pill that specifically targeted life force. No need. I have a heaven and earth treasure with life force. Lin Fei really thought that he was going to die of old age. Fortunately, he remembered that he had the system store. Plus, he had more than 1 billion points. Buying a heaven and earth treasure with life force shouldn't be a problem. If not for this, Lin Fei would really suffer. 5 years of lifespan and a broken body. Even if he had an external incarnation, his body would probably collapse as soon as he used it. After all, this power was too strong. Fruit of life, born in the tree of life. It can recover life force. Price, 1 billion points. Because this is the first time you buy, you can get a 20% discount. Only 800 million points. Lin Fei checked other heaven and earth treasures related to life. The price was too expensive. Billions and tens of billions were everywhere. Chapter 589. Lin Fei had rejected Nangong Qianqian's good intentions, which surprised her greatly. Even though she didn't have any precious vitality medicinal pills on her, she still had an emperor-grade medicinal pill. It shouldn't be a problem for her to restore a few hundred years of her lifespan. What a powerful pill! As Lin Fei's senile appearance continued to recover, he forcibly recovered 3,000 years of lifespan, causing them to turn pale with fright. In order not to be discovered, Lin Fei directly consumed the fruit of life in the system space. Lin Fei was very surprised that the fruit of life could recover 3,000 years of lifespan. 800 million points for 3,000 years of lifespan. Lin Fei also recovered from his senile appearance to that of a middle-aged man. His black hair temporarily couldn't be restored, so it was still white. Lin Fei was very satisfied with recovering 3,000 years of lifespan. The 800 million points were completely worth it. Nangong Qianqian and the others looked at Lin Fei as if he was a monster after he recovered 3,000 years of lifespan. What pill did you consume? How could you recover 3,000 years of lifespan? Nangong Qianqian asked hoarsely. Even an emperor-grade pill can recover one's lifespan by 1,000 years at most. It still needs a pill god to refine it. To be able to recover 3,000 years of lifespan in one go, it's definitely a treasure of heaven and earth. When I entered the Heavenly Secrets Treasury, Master divined that something big would happen to me and specially prepared a treasure of heaven and earth for me. At that time, I didn't really believe it. Who would have thought that something big would happen to me in just 10 days? Lin Fei revealed a joyful expression. This was the only reason Lin Fei could have. He believed that Nangong Qianqian wouldn't suspect anything. If people found out that he owned a shop, perhaps all the experts in the mortal world would appear. It would definitely be a big problem. Although Nangong Qianqian was shocked, she was still shocked when she heard this explanation. Father is right. The pill god behind Lin Fei is very powerful. It's very likely that he's an expert with the battle strength of a sky immortal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to divinate what will happen to Lin Fei in the future. Even my father might not be able to divinate it so accurately. Nangong Qianqian did not doubt Lin Fei's words at all. This kind of heaven and earth treasure that strengthened one's life force could only be obtained by experts at the level of the pill god. Even those old-timers would be tempted to recover 3,000 years of lifespan in one go. That's good. I'm afraid only your master would be able to prepare this for you. Nangong Qianqian smiled. Have you completely mastered your outer body incarnation? Seeing that Nangong Qianqian did not continue to pursue the matter, Lin Fei inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. If Nangong Qianqian did not continue asking, then it would be difficult for him to explain. Fortunately, she did not continue to ask. Come out. A gigantic figure suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei. It was a gigantic divine ape. Even though it had restrained its ferocious aura, it still had a huge impact on them. If it were to attack, it would only need a single thought to completely destroy them. It would truly be a complete instant kill. This is great. Our strength has increased greatly. The power of a sacred embryo was comparable to the battle prowess of a celestial immortal. It was equivalent to the ultimate power and could run amok in this world. It sounded like the power of the sacred embryo could be infused by anyone, but in reality, it was filled with difficulties. Wasn't Lin Fei's body strong enough? He still could not hide it in his dantian, so he could only put it in the space of the divine flame. From this point, everyone could tell that those who could contain a sacred embryo in their body were, without exception, the strongest among the strongest. If the physical body was not strong, the sacred embryo would explode from birth. Lin Fei had the power of a sacred embryo, and the strength of their side had increased greatly. Adding Nangong Qianqian and Zhu Gehui, they were also a formidable force. How many times can your sacred embryo use it? Nangong Qianqian was concerned about this. The sacred embryo's power was limited, and it would be consumed every time it was used. It was a power that could not be recovered. Lin Fei thought for a moment. I should be able to use it about 20 times. That's enough. 20 battles could solve a lot of problems. Let's rest for a while, and then we'll go to the next level. They had wasted a lot of time on this level, and many people had gone to the next level. Everyone agreed and asked for Lin Fei's opinion. Now that Lin Fei had the power of the sacred embryo, he played a decisive role in their team. Since they were going to the next level, Lin Fei and the others went straight to the next level. They did not attack any monsters. Once they did, it would be a waste of time. The important reason was that Lin Fei did not dare to stay. He had taken a risk, and now he had the power of the sacred embryo. He had been worried about being chased by the other party. His will was already so strong, and now he had occupied the other party. Lin Fei did not dare to stay. So what if he had the power of the sacred embryo? Once the other party's main body came, the power of the sacred embryo was not enough to fight the other party. For safety, they had to go. They had to go. They had to reach the next level before the next ice storm, lest they needed to stop again. Fortunately, the journey was safe, and they did not encounter any monsters. It seemed that they had all been killed. The passage is up ahead. On the last day before the ice storm, they finally got close to the teleportation array. At this time, the area around the teleportation array was filled with the smell of blood. It seemed that there had been a huge battle. Many people went down and killed all the monsters in front of the teleportation array. It's a good thing for us. Seeing the situation, Zhu Gehui heaved a sigh of relief. According to the records of the demon sect, there would be monsters guarding the teleportation array in batches. If they were unlucky, there would be a massacre. The monsters in the first level might be easy to kill, but as they went further, the monsters in the teleportation array were especially strong. They had to work together to tear open the line of defense. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to go down alone. Looking at the situation here, it should be very intense. It was best that there were no monsters in front of the teleportation array. As for the situation of the battle, it had nothing to do with them. Haha, the battle is indeed intense, but it was all worth it to wait for you guys. At this time, a burst of arrogant laughter was heard. In the void, a group of people suddenly appeared. It turned out that they had set up a teleportation array. It's you, perfected White Emperor. Zhu Gehui recognized the person at a glance. It was perfected White Emperor, who had been filled with regret and wanted to take revenge on them. Zhu Gehui, how have you been? Perfected White Emperor's face was full of smiles. Nangong Qianqian, you didn't expect me to wait for you here, did you? Indeed, I didn't expect you to wait for me here just to deal with us. It seems like you've put in a lot of effort. Nangong Qianqian's killing intense sword. But do you think you can kill us like this? I don't need to do anything to kill you guys. There will naturally be someone else to deal with you. In the void, another person in white walked out. The aura of a gentleman rippled. It was perfected gentleman, one of the 10 prodigies. Nangong Qianqian, you didn't expect this, did you? Perfected gentleman's eyes were like lightning, but this time his gaze fell on Lin Fei, the person who had escaped from his hands. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Despicable person, don't act all high and mighty here. Lin Fei met his gaze. Right now, you're just an avatar. Yeah, you want to take us down? Don't you think you've gone too far? Perfected gentleman reveal the aura of a modest gentleman. Humph, my avatar is enough to suppress you all. This time, I've already laid down a space ceiling array. No matter how powerful your treasures are, don't even think of leaving. Ever since he failed last time, Perfected Gentleman had remembered Lin Fei. Even though he was heading to the second level, he still left behind an avatar to wait for Nangong Qianqian and the others to appear. Demonis, just admit defeat today. Perfected White Emperor was in high spirits. Nangong Qianqian, don't even think of relying on your companions to leave. Perfected Gentleman's words were clearly aimed at Lin Fei. You don't have the power of the Saint Embryo in your body. Although I don't know where you obtained the power of the Saint Embryo, you are temporarily unable to control it. Am I right? So what if I am? Lin Fei lightly said. Perfected Gentleman hoped that they would reveal a look of fear, but he didn't see any. A strange thought rose in his mind, but he easily suppressed it. Even if he was an avatar, he could still suppress them. This was because there was still the power of the Saint Embryo in his avatar. If you offer up the power of the Saint Embryo, I can spare your life. Reverend Gentleman looked at Lin Fei, showing kindness. Reverend Gentleman was incomparably covetous of Lin Fei's holy embryo power. It was just as he said. Although he didn't know how the other party had the power of the Saint Embryo, it didn't stop Perfected Gentleman from spying on it and wanting to possess it. Perfected Gentleman believed that the other party had a treasure that was suppressing the power of the Saint Embryo. That was why he had left behind an avatar to snatch this treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so interested in it. A lowly person is just a lowly person. You speak so pompously, but it's all for my Saint Embryo? Lin Fei sneered. I was going to settle the score with you. This saves me time. Perfected White Emperor and the others laughed. Revenge? Was there something wrong with their brains? Even if Perfected Gentleman left behind an avatar, it was invincible and could easily suppress them. Perfected Gentleman originally wanted the other party to hand over the Saint Embryo, but he didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Since he was prepared, he wasn't worried about any accidents. Stubborn, I'll suppress you. As for you, I'll peel the Saint Embryo from your body. A demon sect disciple doesn't deserve such supreme power. Boom! This time, Perfected Gentleman used the power of the Saint Embryo to strengthen the avatar. A great capture came down from the sky. It was filled with the power of a celestial immortal. This time, it was faster and fiercer, not giving them any chance. This avatar is very useful to me. Leave it to me. Treat it as the first payment of interest. Lin Fei took the initiative, and no one had any objections. A mere avatar. Leave it here today. Chapter 590. A huge aura burst forth. Perfected White Emperor was stunned. The people behind him were equally stunned. How could this be? This guy had the power of the sacred fetus. His mind kept reeling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Another shocked person was Perfected Gentleman. Even though it was only a clone, his expressionless face was also filled with disbelief. How could you have the power of the sacred fetus? Perfected Gentleman's eyes were like lightning, as if he wanted to see through the other party. You'll know when you die. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If your true body was here today, perhaps it would be quite troublesome. But you actually had the guts to leave behind an avatar. I think that losing an avatar will definitely affect your strength. There was a loud boom. Perfected Gentleman's great capture was instantly dispelled by Lin Fei. How could a clone's power compare to Lin Fei's sacred fetus power? With one strike, Perfected Gentleman's power was blasted away. Perfected White Emperor, you're dead today. Nangong Qianqian shouted, taking the lead to attack Perfected White Emperor. Zhu Gehui and the rest were no exception, attacking them one after another. Perfected White Emperor obviously did not expect such a situation. One of the opponents had the power of the sacred fetus. If they did not handle it well, they might really die here. Everyone attacked together. Perfected White Emperor only believed that Perfected Gentleman's clone could block the opponents and buy them time. With their numbers, he did not believe that they could not deal with the other three, even if they were demon sex demonesses. The area around the teleportation gate was instantly filled with a huge battle. Once Nangong, Qianqian, and the rest attacked, perfected White Emperor's side was immediately at a disadvantage. The three of them were too strong, especially Nangong Qianqian, who used her ultimate move. Previously, Nangong Qianqian had a belly full of anger after Perfected Gentleman seized the initiative. Now, she used her full strength. Although Perfected White Emperor and the rest were strong, it was still difficult to defend against their full strength. In just a moment, several experts had died. Perfected White Emperor, didn't you want to deal with me last time? Now I'm right in front of you. Nangong Qianqian's long hair danced in the wind. With a sword technique, she trapped Perfected White Emperor. Both of them were high-level itinerant immortals, but Perfected White Emperor was much weaker. On the other side, Lin Fei and Taoist Gentleman were also fighting fiercely. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not have a complete grasp of the Sacred Embryo's power. However, after exchanging blows, he managed to perfectly control the Sacred Embryo's power and suppress his opponent in one fell swoop. Taoist Gentleman, I'm definitely going to collect the first interest today. Lin Fei had a thorough grasp of the Holy Embryo's power. Anxiety flashed across Taoist Gentleman's face, and he was even more shocked. How can he unleash the Holy Embryo's full power so quickly? Earlier, Taoist Gentleman could still take the opportunity to use a killer move to tire the other party out. However, the other party was at perfection and quickly grasped it. This won't do. If this goes on, my clone will definitely die. If my main body was here, then I could fight this fellow. But now I absolutely can't. With a feint, Taoist Gentleman took the lead and charged toward the transportation formation, heading for the second floor. He regretted laying down the space ceiling formation back then. You want to leave? Stay here. Lin Fei drove the Sacred Embryo's power. Whoosh! A huge black whirlpool descended from the sky. If Lin Fei's main body drove the power, he would not be able to produce such a huge formation. However, when the Sacred Embryo drove the huge whirlpool, everyone's expressions changed. What treasure is this? Under the huge suction, Taoist Gentleman's clone lost its resistance. The huge suction was like a huge hand controlling the clone. With just a thought, Taoist Gentleman's clone was sucked away by the divine flame space. Taoist White Emperor, you guys should come in as well. Lin Fei drove the Sacred Embryo's power again. The huge suction sucked them away, leaving only Nangong, Qianqian, and the others. Let's leave quickly. Lin Fei activated the Sacred Embryo's power and opened the transportation formation. The four entered the second floor. At the same time, in a passageway under the boundless yellow sand, a few youths were killing sand monsters. Suddenly, one of them's expression changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. How can this be? My clone actually died. This person was none other than Taoist Gentleman. The others were shocked when they saw Taoist Gentleman vomiting blood. Brother Gentleman, what happened to you? These youths were all strong, and it was their first time seeing Taoist Gentleman injured. My clone was destroyed, Taoist Gentleman said. What? Doesn't your clone contain the Sacred Embryo's power? At this time, a red-robed young master spoke. Although this person was not one of the 10 outstanding elites, he was also a genius disciple of a first-grade sect, Duan Wuan. Didn't you say that you would leave your clone to capture the Demoness? Could it be that he can overturn the heavens? Another genius disciple said, the demon sect has produced a genius who is not inferior to us, the 10 outstanding elites. Taoist Gentleman said calmly, but the anger in his eyes was abnormally strong. He grasped the Sacred Embryo's power. My clone is no match for him. Taoist Gentleman had left a clone behind because he was certain that the other party could not grasp the Sacred Embryo's power. Who would have thought that the other party had grasped the Sacred Embryo's power? What? The demon sect has produced another genius who grasped the Sacred Embryo's power? Everyone was shocked. Every one of the 10 outstanding elites had grasped the Sacred Embryo's power. Although there were many geniuses in the demon sect, they were all crooked. There were very few who had the Sacred Embryo's power. Now that one had appeared, it was absolutely unbelievable. Brother gentleman, who is this person? Do we know him? A sacred embryo expert had appeared in the demon sect. There would be an additional variable in this treasure hunt. Taoist gentleman waved his hand, and a portrait of Lin Fei appeared in front of him. It was vivid and lifelike. He is a demon sect disciple, a rising expert. I know this person. The sound of gnashing teeth came from the other person's mouth. Taoist gentleman raised his eyebrows. Brother Ghostblade, do you know him? Brother gentleman, this person is called Lin Fei. He is a genius who rose during the Dynasty War. Taoist Ghostblade said, he is our saber sect's opponent. I didn't expect him to sneak into the demon sect and grasp the sacred embryo's power. This Taoist Ghostblade was a genius disciple of the saber sect. He recognized Lin Fei at a glance. Ah, so he is Lin Fei who later joined the Sword God sect? Duan Wuhan also remembered. Chapter 591. After entering the second floor, the icy chill disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a monstrous heat wave. Everyone went from cold to heat wave. The temperature was terrifyingly high. There were 10 suns hanging above their heads, each emitting a dazzling radiance. This is the hot earth plane. The temperature is extremely high. Zhuge Hui said, everyone, be careful of the sand monsters below. They are invisible and hard to detect. Lin Fei also felt the scorching heat rolling towards him. With his current strength, he was not too worried about this high temperature. He had heard about the hot earth plane from the Qi Lian heavenly demon. When he entered the heaven's secret treasury, the first floor was the hot earth plane. The sand monsters were the ones that the Qi Lian heavenly demon had mentioned before. They were the most widely distributed demon beasts in the hot earth plane. The temperature on this floor was extremely high. Every 10 days, a fire beacon mountain would appear. In fact, the fire beacon mountain and the ice field store were the same. The fire beacon mountain would burn the entire hot earth plane with a single spark. This floor did not have a place to hide like the first floor. The only thing they could do was to go to the next floor. The Qi Lian heavenly demon had told Lin Fei very clearly that once they reached the hot earth plane, they would directly rush to the next floor. There were no treasures on this floor. Once the fire beacon mountain appeared, it would last for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Lin Fei had the protection of the divine flame, he was quite disgusted to be burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Naturally, he would not stay on this floor for too long. Do you guys plan to leave directly, or do you want to search for treasures on this floor? Lin Fei asked them. It seems like you also know about this fire beacon mountain. Nangong Qianqian said, let's go directly to the next floor, because from the 3rd floor onwards, there will be all kinds of treasures. Lin Fei knew that it would be like this. The demon sect must have some understanding of this hot earth plane. Thus, the group went to the next floor. During this period, they met many human experts along the way, but almost no one stayed on this floor. After 6 days, they arrived at the teleportation gate of the 2nd floor. The demon beasts in front of them were all killed. On the way, they met some human experts. Our speed is not too slow. When they arrived at the portal, the demon beast had already been cleaned up, saving them a lot of trouble. This time, for safety's sake, Lin Fei had long since used his spiritual consciousness to prevent himself from falling into the other party's array formation. The next level is the 3rd level. From this level onward, the Tianji Arcanum will truly be presented to us. Lin Fei, you must be prepared. Lin Fei had no idea what the 3rd floor was like. However, judging from Nangong Qianqian's expression, the 3rd floor onwards would be fraught with danger. Back then, the scarlet, refined, heavenly demon had made it to the 4th level and returned in the end. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the 3rd floor. After all, if he underestimated it, he might be the unlucky one. In order not to be unlucky, Lin Fei wanted to find out from Nangong Qianqian what kind of existence the next level was. Are there certain restrictions on the next level? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei, it seems like you don't know about the restrictions on the next level. Zhuge Hui was not surprised at all. If they were not from a demonic sect, they would know nothing about the Tianji Arcanum. I really don't know about this. I only know that from the next level onwards, Every level is very dangerous. As for the restrictions, I really don't know. Lin Fei nodded. There was no need to hide anything. If he didn't know, then he didn't know. There was no need to pretend that he knew. It was not something to be embarrassed about. Actually, from the next level onwards, our spiritual consciousness will be restricted. Everyone will be suppressed to the point where they can only see about a mile away. I really don't know who came up with such a ridiculous restriction. A mile away? That's really troublesome. Lin Fei could currently see up to 5 million miles away. Now that it was reduced to a mile, the difference was really too big. This is the first level. Some levels restrict true yuan and only physical strength. That's really scary. Zhuge Hui continued. True yuan? Wouldn't Qi refinement be dead? Lin Fei finally understood why their expressions were so solemn. What appeared below was really scary. Lin Fei and the rest rested for half a day. Outside the teleportation door, there were more and more beasts, so they entered the next level. When they entered the third level, a huge force immediately pressed down on Lin Fei's body. His bones were cracking as though they could not withstand the gravity and were about to be crushed to pieces. 100 times gravity. Lin Fei sensed it immediately. At the same time, his field of vision appeared in front of him. On the huge plains, there were many statues. Each statue was extremely tall, and there would be a statue at a certain distance. These statues were all the same, but they all had a monstrous aura left on them. My spiritual consciousness is really being suppressed. Lin Fei's spiritual consciousness swept out. When it reached a mile, there seemed to be an invisible wall in front of him, blocking his spiritual consciousness. No matter how he tried to break through, he could not cross it. It was the same for Sky Immortal's spiritual consciousness. At that time, Lin Fei was still rejoicing. He should have been able to find a small loophole or something, but now it seemed that it was impossible. With 100 times gravity, even Lin Fei had to circulate his true yuan to resist. It consumed a lot of true yuan, and his spiritual consciousness was also restricted. This level was really different from the previous one. Looking at Nangong Qianqian and the others, each of them had a battle armor on their bodies. They used the power of the armor to resist the 100 times gravity. Lin Fei knew that they were all Qi refinement cultivators. Their bodies were relatively weak and not as strong as he was. They could only wear battle armor to resist. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist. This level is... We're lucky to have come to the graveyard of the gods. Nangong Qianqian's tone was solemn. If one listened carefully, one could hear the excitement in her voice. Graveyard of the gods. Lin Fei was puzzled. Ever since he had consumed the godly spirit grass, Lin Fei had gained a certain amount of divine might. In the graveyard of the gods, he didn't sense any divine aura at all. I read about this level in the ancient records. The graveyard of the gods only buries immortals, true immortals. As for why immortals are here, I don't know at all. Nangong Qianqian said excitedly, "Do you see the statues? Each statue is actually an immortal, and below it is a tomb with immortal treasures. We're really lucky this time. Originally, the graveyard of the gods would definitely be on the 5th level or higher. As long as we can suppress an immortal, we'll be able to obtain treasures and true immortal artifacts." Zhuge Hui said excitedly. Lin Fei was excited as well. Their luck was actually so good. They had reached the graveyard of the gods on the 3rd level. I wonder if I'll be able to refine these immortals. If I can refine them, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei didn't really care about the immortal treasures. The only thing he cared about was this immortal. Let's go. The 4 of them were under 100 times the pressure, but they didn't dare to move too quickly, even though they were very careful. When they entered the range of a statue, the previously motionless immortal statue suddenly opened its eyes with a swoosh, and a cold light shot out. Kill! A monstrous, murderous aura condensed into a 3,000-meter-long sword light, which slashed down on their bodies. The illusory sword instantly killed them, decapitating them on the spot. Too terrifying. After the 4 of them recovered their physical bodies, they hurriedly fled. The immortal's illusory figure is too powerful. With a single sword strike, I felt as though I had fallen into the path of death. Zhu Gehui's heart was still filled with lingering fear. Me too. I almost died for real. That sword strike just now had killed them, and the remnant might of the immortal had affected their souls. Lin Fei himself was still filled with lingering fear. A dead immortal's remnant will attack had actually been so powerful, killing him with a single sword strike. If it weren't for Lin Fei using the motionless Wisdom King to suppress it, he probably would have died just like that. This sort of feeling of death was simply too terrifying. If this was a person with a weak heart, then regenerating flesh and blood would be useless against this sword, and they would immediately die. From now on, we can't just barge into their territory. Lin Fei pondered. Just now, it was the remnant shadow of an immortal. We became intruders and triggered the remnant thoughts, which caused the immortal to attack. I think so too, Nangong Qianqian agreed. After experiencing it once, they didn't dare to act carelessly again. Each statue had its own area, and they could only carefully walk around the edges for fear of triggering the attacks of the immortal's remnant thoughts. Along the way, they also saw quite a few human experts who activated the immortal's remnant will, but were killed by a single sword. Their souls were obliterated, and they directly died. If this goes on, it will be very difficult for us to find an immortal graveyard. They were very careful along the way, but they still couldn't find the entrance to the immortal's tomb. In addition, every statue had the remnant will of the immortal. After being killed once, he didn't want to force his way through, but he couldn't possibly continue like this. If we can't find the entrance to the tomb, that's because our destiny hasn't arrived yet. Coming to the necropolis of the gods is actually a destiny. As long as we are careful, there will definitely be hope. This went on for 3 days. On this day, they flew carefully. A loud rumbling sound came from afar. Nangong Qianqian and Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. There's movement. A tomb must be opening. A sword mountain. A sword immortal graveyard. When they entered within a kilometer, a towering sword mountain appeared in front of them. Whoosh! As soon as they arrived, countless sword hilts trembled on the sword mountain. Accompanied by a white light, an immortal sword flew out. This is an immortal sword, a celestial immortal. At this time, many people had already appeared around the sword mountain. All of their eyes were red, revealing greed. When the white light flew out, someone immediately exclaimed. In an instant, more than 10 people tried to snatch it. The immortal weapons in the mortal world were actually not real immortal weapons. At most, they were pseudo-immortal weapons. A celestial immortal weapon was a real immortal weapon. When an immortal sword appeared, everyone couldn't help but fight for the ownership of the immortal sword. Chapter 592. That white light was quickly blocked by someone. The person who rushed up first tried to grab the immortal sword, but the immortal sword turned into a white light again and pierced through the person's hand. Haha, it really is a sky immortal-grade immortal weapon. Another large hand grabbed down from the void, and the void around the immortal sword quickly stopped. The immortal sword struggled and was quickly taken away. That person immediately fled into the void. Damn it, too fast. That person took away the immortal sword in a flash. Why didn't you make a move just now? Nangong Qianqian asked curiously. A low-grade sky, immortal-grade, immortal sword has no interest in me, Lin Fei said. Besides, there are so many immortal swords on this sword mountain. If I want to snatch the best one. Lin Fei did not expect to encounter a celestial immortal-level immortal sword on this floor. He did not expect that the treasures on this floor would be so valuable. A low-grade sky, immortal-grade, immortal sword would break any supreme-grade immortal weapon. Whoosh! Another beam of red light flew down from the sword mountain. At this time, Nangong Qianqian made a move. 7-colored glazed pagoda. With a wave of her hand, the person who rushed up was immediately suppressed and could not move. Nangong Qianqian suppressed him with a wave of her hand. The immortal sword struggled and was taken away. Witch, she's the witch. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm. After keeping the immortal sword, Nangong Qianqian returned to Lin Fei's side. I didn't expect you to make a move. Lin Fei was very surprised. He thought that Nangong Qianqian would definitely snatch a high-grade sky, immortal-grade immortal sword. Nangong Qianqian rolled her eyes. Don't you know how precious a sky, immortal-grade immortal weapon is? With a low-grade sky, immortal-grade immortal weapon, my combat strength will increase greatly. My chances of getting middle-grade and high-grade immortal weapons will be higher. One had to admit that Nangong Qianqian was right. Those people did not dare to come up after the witch took away an immortal sword. Previously, they were suppressed by an immortal weapon. Now that she obtained an immortal sword, killing them would be a piece of cake. They had nothing to worry about as long as the sword mountain was still there. Although some people were very dissatisfied, in the face of the witch's reputation, they really did not dare to make a move to snatch it. More and more people gathered around Sword Mountain, each of them here to snatch the immortal sword. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A medial grade, heaven immortal grade, immortal sword flew out. On the immortal sword was a sword immortal with a transcendent aura. With a point of his finger, a sword beam swept out, easily tearing apart the seal. The immortal sword had a spirit, especially the remnant will of the sword immortal. When activated, it was incomparably nimble, making it difficult for others to attack. Whoosh! A streak of red light flew over from the horizon, fast and fierce. One of the human clan's 5 tribulation loose immortal who was standing in the front had no time to dodge the red light. He was shot to death by the arrow. The arrow continued to shoot and hit the illusory figure. With a crash, it shattered the illusory figure. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more streaks of red light came and struck the immortal sword, producing a loud, clanging sound. Who did it? What amazing archery! With his divine sense suppressed, how could he still shoot so accurately? After being hit twice in a row, the immortal sword floated in the air. No one dared to make a move to snatch it. That arrow was too powerful. Everyone saw a man stepping out from the void. Every time he stepped out, he would bring himself closer. In just a few breaths, he was right in front of them. Good heavens, he is the most powerful of the shifters, Tai. No wonder he is so good at archery. That is terrifying. The humans were shocked. They all knew that Tai, the most powerful of the shifters, was peerless in archery. Now that his divine sense was suppressed, he could still be so powerful. He was truly a powerful warrior. I was wondering why his archery skills were so good. So, it is Tai of the shifters. He has cultivated the divine archery skill, reaping life from 10,000 miles. Nangong Qianqian said to Lin Fei. Reaping life from 10,000 miles. Lin Fei also realized that this Tai of the shifters was very powerful. His archery skills were unparalleled. He lived up to his reputation. If his divine sense wasn't suppressed, Lin Fei could reach this level as well. But just now, Tai had shot from hundreds of thousands of miles away, or even millions of miles away. He had killed one of them and disrupted the immortal sword's power. It seemed that he lived up to his reputation as the most powerful of the shifters. Tai, clad in beast hide, turned his eyes. Which, I didn't expect to meet you again. You are stronger than before, Nangong Qianqian said. You humans are no match for me. Tai shook his head. I have my eyes on this sword mountain. Leave now, and don't make me kill you, even if you are very weak. Tai's words were undoubtedly a provocation to everyone. Weak? The humans were enraged. On the mysterious heavenly mainland, the human race had a huge population and countless experts. Even so, they were able to suppress the demon race into a small area. How dare you call us humans weak? Tai, you are just a shifters. Every one of the 10 elites of the human race is stronger than you. How dare you ask us to leave? We will not leave, and we will chase you away. Kill Tai. The surrounding humans were of one mind when it came to outsiders. Who was Tai? He was the top elite of the younger generation of the shifters. If you don't want to leave, then don't. He drew his bow and released the arrows in one go. The humans who rushed up could not block a single arrow at all and were shot to death directly. 1, 2, 13 humans. The human elites panicked. Who had ever seen such powerful archery? One arrow killed one human. It was terrifying. Tai killed so many humans in the blink of an eye, but he still exuded a powerful aura. He didn't change at all. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 stars merged into one. Another 9 humans were killed. Too strong. Everyone run. We can't hold on any longer. These humans had wanted to kill the demon race's Tai earlier, but when they joined forces, they were defeated. Their terrifying archery skills were terrifying. After killing 20 humans, the humans were frightened and didn't dare to attack again. They left their companions behind and retreated. In the blink of an eye, all the humans had left. Humph, you want to do this the hard way. Tai put away his longbow. There was no expression on his face. Why didn't you leave? These words were directed at the demoness. Why should we leave? Tai first glanced at Nangong Qianqian. Then his eyes fell on Lin Fei. Are you one of the 10 great elites? I'm not one of the 10 great elites. Lin Fei shook his head. Besides, I don't like the 10 great elites very much. You and the demoness are very powerful. No wonder you have to leave, Tai said. Tell me your name. I'll remember your name. Lin Fei originally thought that this shifters was also young and aggressive. From this sentence, he saw the difference. He was different from ordinary experts. Lin Fei, whoosh. At this time, the sword mountain shook again, and a stream of light flew out. Lin Fei made his move. He controlled the divine flame space and collected the immortal sword. At this time, Tai also shot an arrow, but it missed. So fast, Lin Fei was shocked. If he had tried to grab the immortal sword just now, he was afraid that the sword would have been sent flying. Sorry, I'm one step faster than you, Lin Fei said with a smile. Tai was also shocked. He wanted to send the immortal sword flying and embarrass the human race. But he didn't expect that the other party had a treasure. He was so fast that he couldn't send the immortal sword flying. You're stronger than I thought. Tai was very direct. I think you'll be a very good opponent for me. Lin Fei instantly felt a strong fighting spirit from the other party. I think you'll be a good opponent for me, too. The two felt a sense of appreciation for each other. The sword mountain fell silent again, and no more immortal swords flew out. Lin Fei didn't expect that all the immortal swords on the sword mountain would fly out. If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. Tai sat cross-legged in the void, staring at the sword mountain. Lin Fei and the others also stared at the sword mountain. At the same time, they activated the power of the sacred embryo in the divine flame space to completely refine the immortal sword. Fortunately, I have the power of the sacred embryo. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to refine a mid-grade immortal sword. Lin Fei was very glad. With a mid-grade heaven immortal sword in hand, compared to a pseudo-immortal artifact, it was many times stronger. Another day passed, and the sword mountain shook again. This time, it could be said to be an earthquake, and it was a sign that 10,000 swords would be born. Looks like the sword mountain is going to produce a high-grade immortal sword. Lin Fei's eyes also fell on the sword. A high-grade immortal artifact would undoubtedly increase his chances of entering the next few levels. Although Lin Fei had the power of the sacred embryo and could activate the battle strength of a heaven immortal, he currently lacked a suitable weapon. Although he had a mid-grade immortal sword, which increased his battle strength by a lot. After all, there was a gap between mid-grade and high-grade. No matter what, Lin Fei had to snatch this sword, which was very likely to be a high-grade heaven immortal sword, to increase his combat strength. Rumble. After the sword mountain shook again, 10,000 swords shot out together, forming a huge immortal sword with monstrous power. A phantom stood on the immortal sword. Kill. The huge immortal sword slashed down. Immediately, cracks appeared on Lin Fei and the others, and blood flowed out. Even the monsters, who were famous for their strong physical bodies, were bleeding. F*CK. We were tricked. Lin Fei cursed. This was not the birth of a high-grade immortal sword at all, but the other party's remnant will to kill them. Lin Fei activated the divine flame space and took Nangong Qianqian and the others in. Even so, the entire divine flame space shook violently when the sword came down. The power of the sacred embryo activated and rushed out of the encirclement. Under the activation of the power, Lin Fei still felt a trace of domineering sword intent in his body that kept destroying his functions. He looked at Nangong Qianqian and the others and felt the same. Lin Fei did not expect the Sword Mountain to be so tricked. I wonder if that guy Tai is dead. Lin Fei thought to himself. He sat down cross-legged and got rid of the terrifying sword energy left by the Sword Immortal. Chapter 593. After traveling 1,000,000 kilometers, Lin Fei came out of the Godfire space. He had wanted to get a Sky Immortal high-grade immortal sword, but he had almost experienced the feeling of being killed again. Killing someone with a weak mind once would cause their mind to change. Killing someone twice would cause even greater damage to their mind. After a certain number of kills, they would fall into a state of death. This was like falling into a state of death, completely losing consciousness and unable to wake up. The mind was a wondrous existence. Lin Fei had been killed by an immortal and fell into endless darkness, the Tao of death. At a critical moment, the mind could wake up like a gate. At a critical moment, the gate could be opened and the power could be restored. This was the use of the mind. If the mind could not wake up, it would lose its will and could not reform its flesh and blood. Even though Lin Fei's mind was strong, he did not dare to be killed again and again. The feeling of being so close to death was extremely unpleasant. He would not experience it if he could. The graveyard of the gods and the remnant consciousnesses of the immortals are too terrifying. I suspect that they all died in a battle to the death. Lin Fei said suspiciously. From the murderous aura, Lin Fei had reason to be certain. The murderous aura is very strong. Nangong Qianqian said. Thankfully, we have your space. Otherwise, we would not have been able to react. The might of a sword immortal is too terrifying. I don't even know if I can wake up if I die. Zhuge Hui still had lingering fears. Their minds were very strong, especially those of the demon sect, whose minds surpassed many. Even so, they were still afraid that they would not be able to wake up. Let's find another place. They cannot go to Sword Mountain. With such a sword immortal there, they would have to go to their deaths. Just as they were about to leave, a figure stepped out of the void, his body covered in wounds. You're not dead, Zhuge Hui said in surprise. He had experienced how terrifying the immortal remnant consciousness's attack was. The newcomer was none other than Tai. However, his injuries were not light. How could a sword immortal remnant consciousness kill me? Tai said, activating his true essence to heal his injuries. If we Yao were so stupid, we would have long been enslaved by you humans. You demons have strong bodies. You're really amazing to be able to come out alive after such a blow. Lin Fei had to admit. You're not slow either, Tai said. Tai, why are you looking for us? Nangong Qianqian asked directly. Tai licked his lips. I want to cooperate with you. I want to make a deal. I thought you've always been a loner. Why are you looking for someone to work with? Lin Fei said deliberately. Deep down, he also wanted to know what good things Tai had to offer to cooperate with him. I don't trust other humans, but you're from the demonic sect, constantly oppressed by the humans. I won't lose out if I work with you. Greater One Tao said, after the deed is done, I will only take one of the items inside. I don't need the rest. Would you be so kind? Lin Fei doubted. I'll tell you the truth. In the necropolis of the gods, I discovered a senior of our demon kind. I suspect that there's a demon heart inside. If you can help me with this, the rest of the treasures will be yours. Devil's heart. Lin Fei didn't know much about it. Nangong Qianqian explained, a demon heart is the core of a demon kind immortal. It contains the essence of a demon kind, and only demon kind can consume it. After consuming it, one's strength will increase. If I'm not wrong, Tai, you want to use a demon heart to become a sky immortal, right? Tai didn't mind being exposed. As expected of a demoness. You guessed my goal right away. That's right. I need to refine a demon heart to become a sky immortal. You and I both know that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who doesn't want to find a suitable treasure in the secrets of heaven's vault to become a sky immortal? He wasn't lying. Both Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian had the same goal. For geniuses like them, becoming a sky immortal was very difficult, so they needed an opportunity. With an opportunity, they get twice the result with half the effort, and their chances of becoming a sky immortal would increase. Should we agree to his request? Lin Fei didn't dare agree, so he asked Nangong Qianqian for her opinion. Among them, Nangong Qianqian was the only one who knew how to scheme. Lin Fei preferred to solve everything with force. The demonkind behind Tai is on good terms with the demon sect. They've been attacked by humans, and the demon sect has been attacked by the righteous path. If the demonkind produced a sky immortal, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, becoming a sky immortal isn't easy. Nangong Qianqian said, Tai, since you've asked, we'll definitely help you. His combat ability is no less than that of the 10 prodigies. Tai, we can help you, but you have to help us too. Nangong Qianqian said to Tai. Tai had asked for their help because he lacked experts. A demoness and an unknown Lin Fei might really be able to open the demonkind's grave. No problem. I can swear a heavenly oath. The others didn't dare ask Tai, but the demon sect did. From Lin Fei, they could tell that he wasn't the type to play tricks. Soon, Tai swore a heavenly oath as a guarantee to Lin Fei and the others. Lin Fei glanced at Nangong Qianqian. It looks like the demon sect is also here for something. Nangong Qianqian blinked. Aren't you? Wasn't he here for the spirit vein? As for the others, they weren't that attractive. Once Lin Fei's combat ability reached the sky immortal level, he'd be a top one. He really didn't care about anything else. Lead the way. After Tai swore a heavenly oath, the others had nothing to worry about. We're here. Half a day later, Tai led them to the outskirts of a statue. It had 2 horns on its head and a ferocious face. Even though it was a statue, it emanated an immense demonic chi. This is a senior of the demon kind, Sky Immortal Bull Demon. Tai pointed below the statue. In a moment, Brother Lin and I will block Sky Immortal Bull Demon's attack. Demoness, use this opportunity to open the entrance to the tomb. As the top genius and expert of the demonkind's younger generation, it would be difficult for him to open the tomb alone. He needed a powerful helper. All right, Tai took the lead and fired an arrow, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Roar! The giant statue shook, and a black demon bull demon with a body of 3,000 meters charged out. With a single charge, Tai's arrow was shattered. Its momentum was astonishing, and its demonic chi soared into the sky. Roar! Demonic bull demon immortal charged again. The void trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicer art, life snatch from 10,000 li. Sky demon fist. The others immediately attacked to draw demonic bull demon immortal's attention. Nangong Qianqian took the opportunity to attack as well. The 7-colored glazed pagoda smashed down, and the entire statue shook. Demonic bull demon immortal was too powerful. Even as an afterimage, his combat ability was exceptionally strong. A single charge sent them flying, and their combined attacks couldn't harm him at all. The second charge came at him. Lin Fei understood Tai's intentions. This demonic bull demon immortal was an afterimage, after all. As long as one side attracted his attention, the other side would be absolutely safe. This time, demonic bull demon immortal's huge body trampled over. Lin Fei and the others instantly felt their bodies on the verge of collapse. The weaker ones like Su Shan and Li Chengfeng had their bodies crumble on the spot. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. Lin Fei summoned Immovable Wisdom Monarch to protect his body. Careful, this is the demonic bull race's war trample. Tai hurriedly reminded. However, it was already too late. Su Shan and Li Chengfeng were both jolted to death once. Whoosh! Lin Fei's body was strong, but he couldn't withstand demonic bull demon immortal's war trample. In just a breath's time, their combat ability was suppressed, and 2 of them were even jolted to death. Brother Lin, you suppressed demonic bull demon immortal. I'll kill him. The demoness took action, but she still needed time, and they were already being suppressed. Once their bodies were shattered, they would truly be at a disadvantage. After all, if demonic bull demon immortal used war trample again, they wouldn't be able to block it. In a place like this, they wouldn't die if they could. After all, their flesh rebirth had yet to reach the grand completion realm. Lin Fei didn't hold back, either. A sacred fetus appeared. Godfire space, suppress. A fiery red millstone appeared above demonic bull, demon immortal. Powered by sky immortal strength, it firmly suppressed him, rendering him unable to move. Tai also erupted. A demonic sacred fetus appeared behind him, similarly wielding a giant bow. It shot an arrow in one go. Even Lin Fei felt a dangerous aura from this arrow. If you were to face it head-on, you wouldn't be able to block it. Rumble, demonic bull, demon immortal's afterimage vanished. If you had such powerful archery, you should have used it earlier. Why did you have to put yourself in such a difficult position? Lin Fei said. Tai smiled wryly. I wanted to, but I needed time. Otherwise, I would have attacked long ago. Tai wasn't lying about this. Lin Fei could sense that the arrow just now was very mysterious and complicated. He almost couldn't sense it. The tomb is open. Below, Nangong Qianqian opened the tomb's entrance. Come, let's go in. Without hesitation, the group rushed down and closed the entrance once more. There's no need to set up a formation. After entering, there was a quiet, pitch-black passage. At the end of the passage is Demonic Bull, Demon Immortal's main hall. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Fei had thought that this tomb was full of traps, but on second thought, since the Immortal was dead, some powerhouse must have brought it in. Naturally, there wouldn't be any traps. The Immortal's remnant, while outside, was terrifying enough. The passage wasn't very long, and they soon arrived at the main hall. When they arrived, they were shocked by the sheer size of the main hall. Then, an immense demonic aura enveloped the entire hall. Demonic Bull, Demon Immortal. Wrong. This is Demonic Bull Demon's true form. Demonic Bull. Chapter 594. The Ox Demon Clan's true form is that of a demonic ox. It's enormous and has a violent temperament. Its true form is 10 times stronger than when it's in human form. It seems to have been wiped out in our Xintian continent. It must have ascended from another minor world. Nangong Qianqian sucked in a cold breath. An ox demon, and one that had survived a heavenly tribulation to become a monster immortal. The demon sect had records of such a terrifying clan. Everyone look, the ox demon immortal was decapitated with a single slash. Yushan pointed at one of the slashes. Even though the ox demon didn't seem to have changed much from the outside and didn't seem to be missing any parts, there was still a wound. Everyone followed his gaze. Indeed, there was a crack below the ferocious head. Even with the passage of time, a dangerous aura still lingered. Imagine how terrifying an enormous ox demon would be if it was suddenly killed with a single slash, especially when the ox demon immortal had returned to his true form, which was 10 times stronger than when he took human form. This ox demon immortal strength was probably comparable to a mystic immortal. I didn't expect it to die just like that. Lin Fei was shocked as well. Even though the ox demon was dead, the enormous aura it left behind didn't disappear with time. At most, it had weakened a bit. Even after so many years, it still had this aura. One could imagine how terrifying it was when it was at its peak. Congratulations, this is a complete ox demon. It might have the demon heart you need. Tai's face was filled with excitement. In truth, when he first discovered the statue, he wasn't sure if there was a demon heart or not. It was just a rumor among the Yao race. Yao experts had entered the Heavenly Secrets vault a few times, but none of them had any luck with the graveyard of the gods. I told you, I only want a demon heart. I don't want anything else. Without your help, I can only stare. Tai wielded a mid-grade sky immortal sword and slashed at one of the statues. What a sturdy defense. Even though it was dead, Tai's first attack couldn't break through the defense. It only left a white mark on the surface. Fortunately, the ox demon was dead. With the immortal sword, Tai entered the ox demon's body an hour later and came out with a fist-sized demon heart in his hand. It's amazing it didn't rot. Tai put away Devil Heart in a jade box. I've finally found Devil Heart. It's all thanks to you guys. Tai Yi was surprised that he had obtained the demon heart so quickly. If he had been alone, he would not have been able to enter. The ox demon's shadow outside could have killed him dozens of times. Brother Tai Yi, you'll be able to transcend the tribulation soon, right? Lin Fei congratulated him. Tai Yi shook his head. The demon heart contains the essence of the bull demon. I have to find something else. Otherwise, any demon that eats it will explode on the spot. I'll take the demon heart. The rest is yours. You guys choose first. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Nangong Qianqian and the others did not hold back. We'll take this skin. Given how much effort it took to forge a heavenly immortal intermediate-grade immortal artifact, it was only natural that the beast skin of a mortal ox demon would be of high quality. In order to remove the skin, Tai Yi and Lin Fei had to offer up their immortal swords. It took them 2 hours to do so. Lin Fei, we've taken the skin. All that's left are the bones. Nangong Qianqian looked embarrassed. Anyone could see that the skin was the most valuable. A tribulation-transcending ox demon could be casually forged into a set of armor. Even if it could not withstand the attacks of a heavenly immortal, it would still be able to withstand the attacks of a nine-tribulation loose immortal. Lin Fei chuckled. The way I see it, this skin is useless to me. Lin Fei did not care at first. A dead heavenly immortal, Yao, was of no use to him. He casually cast a scry spell, only to discover something unexpected. The skin is useless? Nangong Qianqian rolled her eyes. Didn't Lin Fei know that his true form was the strongest after becoming a Yao or an immortal? They had no doubt that if a mortal ox demon returned to his true form, no matter how many heavenly immortals came, they would not be able to break through his defenses. Among immortals, Yao immortals were the most terrifying. They might be forced in the mortal world, but in the heavenly realm, Yao immortals were powerful because their true forms were incomparably powerful. They really wondered if Lin Fei did not understand. Immortal Ox Demon had returned to his true form after dying. The most amazing thing was the skin, which could be casually refined into a set of armor. Even in the mortal world, there were not many of them that were worth cities. Perhaps they didn't understand what Lin Fei was talking about, but Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that the most precious thing about the Ox Devil was not its demon heart quintessence, nor its hide, but its flesh and blood. Of course, if a mortal ox demon's flesh and blood had lost their original form, it would be useless. But someone had set up a formation in the main hall to prevent it from being destroyed. That was why Lin Fei said that the previous two things were not the most valuable. The flesh and blood contained true Yao energy. This Yao energy was also immortal energy, and it filled the flesh and blood, hiding in every cell. It was impossible to detect it with spiritual sense alone. Lin Fei had relied on the system to discover that this ox demon was a huge treasure trove, a spirit vein. With this ox demon, he could refine all of it, and its Yao energy would become immortal energy. This kind of good thing was rare. Collect. Lin Fei brought out his Godfire space and sucked the enormous ox demon inside. You don't mind if I take them all? The rest are useless to us. Only you here can take this ox demon. Everyone here had their own space, but such a huge beast was useless to them. They could not sense any Yao energy from the ox demon. Lin Fei knew they would say that. I'm rich this time. Right now, Lin Fei could not refine this ox demon. I wonder if there are any more tombs of Yao immortals in this necropolis of the gods? Lin Fei asked. I'm afraid one demon heart is not enough to satisfy you. Lin Fei's words were directed at Tai. Looks like we can work together. Although Tai had obtained a demon heart, he was still not very confident. Sky immortals were too difficult to break through to. Many geniuses, brimming with confidence, tried to break through, but in the end, they either died to heavenly tribulations or became loose immortals. If he could get a few demon hearts, Tai naturally wouldn't refuse. Tai, we can help you, but you have to help us find the demon seniors. Chapter 595. After successfully opening the tomb of an immortal monster, everyone was motivated. Tai's body was strong, so was Lin Fei's, and Nangong Qianqian had treasures. With everyone working together, wasn't too difficult. Along the way, they dug up quite a few tombs of immortals. Of course, not every tomb had something good inside. Sometimes it would be a waste of time. Otherwise, it would be terrible if everyone just went to the tombs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in one of the tombs, Tai drew his bow and released a rain of arrows. Countless shadows were obliterated. Lin Fei didn't hold back either. With 3 heads and 6 arms and an immortal sword in hand, he didn't wait for the shadows to pounce on him. Sword light swept out. Each shadow was instantly killed. Half an hour later, it seems we've come for nothing. I didn't expect an otherworldly item to appear in a tomb. There must have been a great battle here, Tai said, unwilling to give up. Let's go. Their efforts had been in vain again. The tombs had long since been cleared out, leaving behind the corpses of experts. As time passed, and the tomb's unique formations, they turned into formless otherworldly items. Rumble, Lin Fei and the others had just emerged from the tomb. Monstrous waves of energy rippled out. A great tomb. This must be a great tomb. Someone touched the tomb. The waves of true essence are violent. Everyone present was an expert. They immediately sensed the great waves of true essence and couldn't help but look delighted. The graveyard of the gods buried countless immortals, and immortals. It was only natural that a great tomb would appear. Over the past few days, Lin Fei and the others had entered several tombs. Each contained in sky immortal. They hadn't encountered any arcane immortals yet. It was easy to imagine what the appearance of such a great tomb meant. Perhaps they would encounter a great tomb on this trip. Let's go. On a boundless plain, a huge statue stood erect on the plain. At this moment, there was a group of people surrounding a gigantic illusory figure. That illusory figure was wearing black battle armor and was as unmoving as a mountain, actually blocking all of their attacks. This won't do. If this continues, we won't be able to open the tomb. In the sky, 7 or 8 experts took out their immortal artifacts. Under their control, the immortal artifacts turned into rays of light, darting up and down as they attacked the afterimages. Continue. If we join forces, we can even kill an immortal. It's just an afterimage. Once again, a mighty power erupted from the immortal artifact. Shockingly, it was a high-grade heavenly immortal artifact. Despite the 8 of them channeling the power of the immortal artifact together, they were still incapable of wounding the opponent. Be careful. This is the demon race's secret art, Merciless Finger. The afterimage took a step forward and pointed its huge finger forward. The streams of light that they controlled were immediately sent flying. The 8 of them had their celestial artifacts floating above them, but they were still sent flying. The demon race is indeed a warlike race. The 8 of them took out their immortal artifacts again, and their faces were filled with solemn expressions. Bang, bang, bang. The afterimage in the sky used the relentless finger 3 times in a row, and they were sent flying again. The human race is really weak. Just as the 8 of them were sent flying, several figures with tyrannical auras flew over from the sky. Outsiders. Taoist Ghost Blade's face darkened, and he raised his guard. Should we kill them first? This group of people was none other than Taoist Ghost Blade, Taoist Gentleman, and the others. They had been collecting treasures in the graveyard of the gods together, and with their teamwork, they had gained quite a lot. Taoist Gentleman was the leader of this group. Fellow outsiders, you said that we humans are weak. Why don't you go up and give it a try? Taoist Gentleman said with a smile. Are you stronger, or are we humans stronger? The eyes of the people behind Taoist Gentleman lit up. We won't stand on ceremony. A 3-headed outsider grinned. Let us show you the strength of the outsiders. Fusion. A dazzling white light flashed in the sky. Mere afterimage. A huge figure appeared above the afterimage. It looked like a monstrous creature, and a huge, strange runes emanating a mysterious aura pressed down on the afterimage. Is this the famous fusion of the outsiders? Duan Wuhan asked. The outsiders have been fighting for more than a month, and many of the stronger races were known to the humans. The 3-headed tribe was one of the more famous races. They were proficient in the fusion divine ability, which allowed them to combine all their strength to unleash a powerful attack. I didn't expect the outsiders to have mastered the ancient language. Taoist gentleman narrowed his eyes as he recognized the mysterious characters. Using the ancient language to suppress the afterimage is truly ingenious. Unfortunately, the afterimage isn't as easy to suppress as you think. Brother gentlemen, after the three-headed tribe fuses, their battle prowess will reach the half-step heaven immortal realm. Should we make a move? Another one-eyed genius asked. In case anything unexpected happens. Taoist gentleman waved his hand and said with a smile, "This demon's afterimage is powerful. We've been fighting for so long, but we can't do anything to it. It's better to let the three-headed tribe exhaust the afterimage, and we can wait for it to exhaust itself. Isn't that a good thing?" "Haha, brother gentleman is the best," Duan Wuhan said in admiration. "You're playing the three-headed tribe like a fiddle." Just as Taoist gentleman had said, after the three-headed tribe used the fusion divine ability, their battle prowess soared. They tried to suppress the opponent with the ancient characters, but the afterimage was not easy to deal with. With a monstrous demonic aura, a demonic saber slashed down and split them in half, breaking their fusion. "You outsiders are nothing more than this," Taoist Ghost Blade sneered. "Brother Luca, what do we do now?" After the three-headed tribe was separated, they retreated from the battle line and guarded against the humans. "I've already informed Commander Mo Sang. He's chasing after some humans in the vicinity. When the commander arrives, we'll kill them all." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three-headed tribe's Waka. "Great! Commander Mo Sang's strength is ranked around the 100th among the leaders of the outsiders. He's not inferior to the human experts. We have a chance to take down this tomb." The moment the demonic aura surged, Nangong Qianqian and Zhuge Hui's eyes lit up. The demon immortal, a senior from the demon sect. They had spent a lot of time searching for the demon immortal's tomb, but in the end, they found nothing. The moment the demonic aura appeared, they knew their chance had come. Lin Fei and Tai's eyes lit up as well. Other than the tomb, there was still a demon immortal. "Someone's coming." Duan Wuhan turned his head and stared in a certain direction. "Let me take care of them." "There's no need. Maybe it's an old acquaintance." Taoist gentleman stopped Duan Wuhan. "Old acquaintance?" Chapter 596. We're about to meet our match. When the giant statue appeared, Lin Fei frowned, then said to Nangong Qianqian and the others, "Who is it?" Nangong Qianqian's killing intent flared. It wasn't easy to find a demon immortal senior. How could Nangong Qianqian give up? No matter who it was, she would kill him without mercy. He was of great importance, and she could not afford to lose him. Taoist master. Although his divine sense was suppressed, Lin Fei could just barely sense it with his sky immortal divine sense. Tai was slightly shocked. He thought to himself, "This Lin Fei isn't simple. My divine sense is suppressed by the graveyard of the gods, but he can still sense who the enemy is. That smiling villain from the 10 Prodigies?" Tai's expression darkened. Lin Fei laughed. "It looks like neither you nor I are interested in this villain." Half a kilometer away, Lin Fei and the others stopped and looked at each other from a distance. Lin Fei, Taoist master, narrowed his eyes, killing intent flashing in them. One of his clones had been destroyed at the other's hands. Taoist master would never forget this. He hadn't expected to meet him so soon. Lin Fei. Behind him, Taoist master Ghost Blade laughed coldly. His sharp saber intent locked on Tai. This person who had humiliated the saber sect back then had grown to this extent in just a dozen years. "Gentlemen, I didn't expect you to still remember me." Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed. "How could I not remember a genius like you from the Divine Sword School?" Taoist master said. "This guy really knew how to act. I think you forgot something. Even if you turn to dust, I will still remember you." Lin Fei continued laughing. Taoist master's gaze shifted. When he saw the muscular man dressed in animal hide, his heart sank. Why was he with them? "Tai, I didn't expect you to be here too." Tai laughed coldly. I thought you didn't know me. How could I not know the top young expert of the Yao race, Tai? Taoist Master said with a laugh. I'm curious as to why you're with him. Lin Fei could tell that Tai and Taoist Master had some friction. You're Lin Fei. Spiritual Master Ghost Blade rushed out with a sharp aura. Your saber intent is so strong and overbearing. If I'm not wrong, you're from the Saber sect. With Lin Fei's current strength, if he could not tell that the other party had turned into a human-shaped saber, he would have wasted his time cultivating. Taoist Ghost Blade was not surprised. His expression was cold. It's best that you recognize me as a member of the Saber sect. It will save me a lot of trouble. I thought you didn't dare to admit it. Big Brother Lin, this is Taoist Ghost Blade from the Saber sect. He specializes in the Ghost Blade technique, which is untraceable and untraceable. You have to be careful. Zhu Gehui reminded. Lin Fei took a step forward. If you want to find trouble with me, just say it. I don't mind sending you to hell. The people behind Taoist gentlemen were furious. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. Ghost Blade Extreme Shadow. Taoist Ghost Blade coldly snorted, Today I will kill you. With Taoist gentlemen here, Taoist Ghost Blade was not afraid of Lin Fei. He immediately slashed out with his saber, which contained hundreds of saber strikes. Each saber strike was as one. The saber light was vertical and horizontal, and each saber strike was real. Taoist Ghost Blade lived up to his name. Overestimating yourself, Lin Fei was disdainful. Isn't it just hiding from the real body and using a killing move? My divine sense is suppressed, but I have the system. You're just a human target. Slash. Lin Fei instantly used his hand as a saber, and 100 Zhonglong saber light slashed toward his left. The void trembled, and a figure fell out. Taoist Ghost Blade was injured in one slash. Since you gave me a saber strike, I'll return the favor. Lin Fei took a step forward and slashed again. It was incomparably overbearing, not giving Taoist Ghost Blade any chance of survival. Saber Fusion, Ghost Shadow Saber. Whoosh! Taoist Ghost Blade broke through the saber attack, appearing in front of Lin Fei with a sinister smile on his face. Go to hell for me. This was Taoist Ghost Blade's most powerful move. It could ignore all attacks, and it was a killing move at close range. It was unknown how many people had died under this saber strike. Lin Fei would not be able to escape death. Lin Fei did not move an inch, but disdain flickered in his eyes. A whirlpool appeared in front of Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, Taoist Ghost Blade disappeared without a trace. That tyrannical saber strike also vanished into thin air. AI, what's the point of doing this? Lin Fei shook his head. Lin Fei quickly released Taoist Ghost Blade. Duan Wuhan and Taoist Ghost Blade were good friends. Seeing his friend being suppressed so abruptly, he did not even have time to react. The others were also shocked. They did not even see how Taoist Ghost Blade disappeared into thin air. Lin Fei was nonchalant. You say release, and you say so? Then why didn't you stop him when he tried to kill me? It's only hindsight. Tai Yi and the others laughed. Kawa of the Three-Headed Clan was also shocked to see this scene. The Xintian continent is indeed full of human geniuses, with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This human named Lin Fei is not simple. He is very strong. Taoist Ghost Blade has a bit of fame, but he was still suppressed, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. Humans love infighting. Otherwise, we might not have had the chance to invade the continent. Luca nodded. That's true. The human race is famous for infighting. You fight, I fight, everyone fight, fight to the death. There is no distinction between you and me. Taoist gentleman knew he had to speak. Lin Fei, since you were a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, release Taoist Ghost Blade, and I will pretend this never happened. Did everyone hear that? The 10 prodigies have spoken. I am a soft-hearted person, Lin Fei said with a straight face. I can let this person out. However, when he made his move just now, I was shocked and my heart was shaken. If you give me a celestial lower-grade immortal sword, I'll let him out. It's not too much, right? Taoist gentleman's face sank for the first time in front of others. He wanted to slap Lin Fei to death. You dare to extort me? Is this extortion? Lin Fei shook his head. Tell me, is this extortion? Su Shan grinned. Sigh, the 10 prodigies really speak differently. No wonder you can become one of the 10 prodigies. Brother Lin wants compensation. When did it become extortion? Li Chengfeng said in a strange tone. This is also the first time I've heard of compensation. You call it extortion? What a joke. Lin Fei wanted to slap the opponent's face, to make it sound like a slap. 10 prodigies? What the F asterisk CK? In the past, I've heard that in any battle, the loser would need to redeem himself. Otherwise, he would become the winner's slave. Lin Fei patted his head. It's fine if you don't want to. I can send him to the auction. Many people would like a slave of this level. Don't you guys think so? You dare. Taoist gentleman raged. This time, he was truly furious. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so despicable. Lin Fei grew impatient. Either you give me compensation, or I'll send him to the auction. You guys heard wrongly. It's not that I don't want to release him. I've already stated my conditions, but you guys don't agree. Bastard, this guy's a bastard. Taoist gentleman cursed in his heart. This is a low-grade heaven immortal flying sword. That should be fine, right? Taoist gentleman was helpless. He took out a low-grade heaven immortal flying sword. If he didn't rescue Gui Dao today, his reputation would be greatly affected. If he left Gui Dao in the lurch, it would be a huge loss. More importantly, the Saber sect was a first-grade sect. If he didn't rescue Gui Dao, the people of the Saber sect would bear a grudge against him. The people of the Saber sect were all hot-tempered and difficult to get along with. Unless he killed them all. Was that possible? It was impossible. Some people liked reputation, while others didn't care about it. Coincidentally, Taoist gentleman cared about reputation. He had to rescue Gui Dao. Fortunately, he had collected several low-grade heaven immortal flying swords, so it didn't matter much to him. Taoist gentleman thought that if he took out the immortal sword, the other party would release Taoist Ghost Saber. Unexpectedly, Lin Fei shook his head. Sorry, 1 immortal sword. That was just now. Now I want 3 immortal swords. Behind him, Zhu Gehui couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This move was amazing. So Lin Fei was also this good at tormenting people. Taoist gentleman's face turned red. He pointed at Lin Fei. You're being lazy. Am I? Lin Fei said in a serious tone. Who asked you to not take them out earlier? Now take out 3 and I'll release him immediately. If you take too long, I don't know what will happen to me. Damn you, Lin Fei. I'll kill you and turn your bones into ashes. Taoist gentleman almost went crazy. When had he been slapped in the face like this? Hurry up. Lin Fei wanted to provoke the other party. I want 5 immortal swords. The eyes of the people behind Taoist gentleman turned red, almost spewing fire. They had never seen such a shameless person before. You're amazing. Taoist gentleman could only swallow this loss. He cursed Taoist Ghost Saber in his heart. What are you so smug about? Taoist gentleman felt his heart ache as he took out 3 low-grade heaven immortal flying swords. Here, the 3 immortal swords flew over. However, Taoist gentleman was cunning. He infused them with immortal energy and turned them into 3 streams of light to annoy Lin Fei. How could Lin Fei fall for it? A black hole appeared in front of him, and the 3 immortal swords flew in. Sorry, I'll be taking the immortal swords. Then, 2 flying swords appeared in his hands. This is for you too. 1 for each of you. Even though they had dug several tombs, they did not encounter a single immortal sword. It's for us. Zhu Gehui was surprised and did not dare to believe it. This is a gift from Taoist gentleman. Hurry up and thank him. Lin Fei chuckled. Taoist gentleman, many thanks. Zhu Gehui laughed. You're a good person. The next time I see you, I definitely won't call you a gentleman or a villain. You're a good person. The two naturally did not stand on ceremony and immediately put away the immortal swords. Taoist gentleman stared at Lin Fei. Can you release him now? I will. I will immediately. I'm a trustworthy person. I'll release him when I say so. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out a piece of human skin. It swayed as it floated towards Taoist gentleman. Taoist Ghost Saber. Behind him, Duan Wuhan's eyes were spewing fire. You killed Taoist Ghost Saber. Taoist gentleman suddenly realized. In his anger, he said, Lin Fei, you're really vicious. So you were just stalling for time with me just to kill Taoist Ghost Saber. The Divine Sword School produced a scum like you. Chapter 597. In fact, Lin Fei was indeed stalling for time and using the Divine Flame space to refine Taoist Master Ghostblade. Lin Fei would never show mercy to anyone who dared to attack him, especially someone from the Saber sect. He would kill anyone who dared to attack him. Moreover, Taoist Master Ghostblade had taken the initiative to attack him. Naturally, he would refine him. Extorting Taoist Master Ghostblade's 3 immortal swords was just a whim. Who would have thought that Taoist Master Ghostblade would really take them out? Lin Fei would gladly accept such a good deal. Lin Fei would never hold back when something was delivered to his doorstep. Everyone present was shocked by Lin Fei's action. Taoist Master Ghostblade appeared to be angry, but he was actually shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Taoist Master Ghostblade's battle prowess was at the level of an 8 tribulation loose immortal. It was easy to kill someone, but it was much more difficult to refine him. Did he use the power of the sacred embryo? He can't refine Taoist Master Ghostblade unless he uses the power of the sacred embryo. He's a formidable opponent. The members of the Three-Head tribe were also shocked. It was easy to kill someone, but it was quite difficult to refine someone. This human must have cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation method. You're talking nonsense. Taoist Master Ghostblade was furious. His killing intent was revealed, and he said righteously, Lin Fei, you willingly fell to your death and joined forces with the demon sect and the demon clan. I'll personally kill you and rid the righteous path of evil. Taoist Master Ghostblade stabbed out with his sword, and a huge Jun character flew straight at Lin Fei. He couldn't hold it in anymore. After losing so much face, the only thing Taoist Master Ghostblade could do was to kill Lin Fei. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock if word of this got out. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei shouted, and with an immortal sword in his hand, he slashed at the Jun character above his head. The two of them collided, one above the other. Rumble, the void was instantly shattered, and astral winds howled in the endless void. The two of them exchanged blows, and Lin Fei was temporarily at a disadvantage. After all, Taoist Master Ghostblade's battle prowess was already at the level of a 9 tribulation loose immortal, and he was several levels stronger than Lin Fei. That's all there is to your strength. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and the wounds on his body quickly healed. With the support of a massive amount of true essence, Lin Fei didn't care about his injuries at all. This was his capital, a capital that no one else had. A gentleman keeps his promise. Taoist gentleman made his move again. With a noble sword technique, he turned himself into a noble sage. His sword technique was incomparably sharp, continuously suppressing Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also formidable. Relying on his powerful physical body and sword techniques that were not inferior to his opponents, the battle was intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 moves had passed, but there was still no clear victor. Damn it, this guy's fleshly body is too strong. What kind of weird cultivation technique did he cultivate? His Zhen Yuan is too thick. Taoist gentleman had become famous throughout the continent with his gentleman swordplay. There had never been anyone he cannot deal with. Today, he had encountered a monster. Even though the other party's fighting prowess was only at the 6 tribulation bodiless immortal realm, his defense was beyond his expectations. Not only that, his quintessence seemed to be boundless. Do I really have to use the power of the sage embryo to kill Lin Fei? Taoist gentleman hesitated. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he understood one thing. If he wanted to kill Lin Fei, he had to use the power of the sage embryo. With his current strength, he would only be able to injure his opponent. Damn it, why didn't I chase after him back then and kill Lin Fei? Why did I create such a powerful enemy for no reason? At this moment, Daoist gentleman was filled with regret. He even wanted to slap himself. It would be fine if Lin Fei didn't have the sage embryo. Once he used the sage embryo, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. But now, Lin Fei also had the power of the sage embryo. With this, it was impossible for him to kill his opponent. His chances of success were too low, and he would have to exhaust the sage embryo's power. It was simply not worth it. Whoosh! Daoist gentleman slashed at Lin Fei with his sword and stopped his attack. Lin Fei, this matter isn't over yet. Daoist gentleman snorted coldly. Outsider Commander, you've been watching for so long. You can show yourself now. Ha. As expected of one of the 10 prodigies. You can even detect me like this. A small team suddenly appeared in the sky, led by a middle-aged man with a fire mark on his forehead. He gave off the impression that he was a ball of fire. This Daoist gentleman is too calculative. Since Daoist gentleman had stopped, Lin Fei wouldn't attack either. Otherwise, Daoist gentleman wouldn't be a gentleman. He clearly can't do anything to Brother Lin. Zhu Gehui said, Brother Lin, you've embarrassed this lowlife. Brother Lin, I really suspect that you have the blood of the Yao race in you. Otherwise, this defense... Tai was shocked as well. His combat strength was inferior to Lin Fei's, but his defense was strong. Daoist gentleman, a ninth tribulation loose immortal, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This was the first time Tai had seen something so heaven-defying. You guessed right. Zhang Xiaohu chuckled. I want the blood of the Yao race too, but it won't be that easy. That commander is very dangerous. It looks like we'll be in a lot of trouble if we want to snatch this demon tomb. Daoist gentleman and the others felt that things were going to be troublesome when the outsiders showed up. They weren't willing to give up on this tomb. Seeing the commander appear, Luca hurriedly flew over and transmitted his voice. Commander Mo sang, These humans are very powerful, especially that black-robed man over there. His defense is very strong. Even Daoist gentlemen of the 10 prodigies can't do anything to him. The one with the fire mark on his forehead was Commander Mo Sang. This commander has only one plan. Mo Sang said calmly. He turned to the others and said, Everyone's goal is this tomb. If we don't destroy the demon immortal outside, we can forget about entering the tomb. I have an idea. Why don't we attack together and kill the demon immortal? As for the items in the tomb, we'll fight for them with our own strength. One had to admit that Mo Sang was very good with words. Good idea. We can give it a try, Daoist gentleman said with a smile. His expression changed quickly as if nothing had happened. Everyone who saw it was shocked. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the people behind him. I will definitely kill Lin Fei. This is everyone's revenge. However, we must first snatch the treasures. This is also an opportunity. The others understood. It would be difficult for them to kill the demon immortal. Entering the tomb was even more impossible. All right, let's enter the tomb first, Duan Wuhan said. The others also agreed. Lin Fei could exchange more than 100 moves with Daoist gentlemen. They knew they were no match for him. It was better to snatch the treasures in the tomb first. We also agree, Lin Fei said to everyone. They couldn't break through the demon immortal's bottleneck. They had to work together to eliminate the outsiders first. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. He was afraid that Daoist gentlemen would deal with him first. Everyone was very clear about this point. It was better for the 3 families to work together. The commander over there is from the fire tribe. Rumor has it that they were born from fire and have mastered fire element spirit arts. This Mo Sang is also very calculative. With just a few words, he managed to incite us. Everyone, be careful, Nangong Qianqian reminded everyone. Chapter 598. Mo Sang's method was practical and effective. If it was a different situation, a different place, there would definitely be a huge battle. They wouldn't be so amiable. There were always exceptions to everything. In the face of benefits, even friends could turn enemies into friends, let alone mere means of battle. In fact, Mo Sang was wary of Reverend Junzi, Tai, Nangong Qianqian, and Lin Fei. The first 3 were all famous figures, and it was impossible for him not to know them. The last one had a ridiculously strong defense and was not easy to deal with. If Mose could deal with it, he would not have chosen to cooperate. If they couldn't win, then they could only cooperate. However, cooperation was equivalent to risk. If there was a risk involved, the chances of success would be lower. Right now, they could only cooperate for the time being. As for the treasures, it would depend on their own means. Everyone split into 3 directions to deal with the demonic immortal. Now that there were so many people, there was no need to attract the main force while blasting open the tomb. They could just go straight for the root of the problem. 3 forces, 3 directions. The gigantic demonic immortal stepped out once again. Demonic chi filled the air, and the demonic saber slashed out. The entire area was filled with demonic chi, and it transformed into numerous illusory figures. Each of the illusory figures had the battle prowess of a 9th tribulation loose immortal, and they charged toward them. When this guy died, he must have been a devil immortal of Xian immortal realm. When the afterimage demon immortal attacked, everyone realized how powerful he was. Although everyone present was powerful, they knew that they wouldn't be able to create so many phantoms at once, and each one of them contained this much strength. Mose was the first to make a move. Suddenly, green flames filled the area. The green flames gave off a gloomy aura. They also turned into flame warriors and fought with the illusory figure. Reverend Gentleman's group was no exception. They activated their immortal artifacts, but after losing Reverend Ghostblade, their immortal artifacts weren't as powerful as before, so they were more than enough to deal with the shadow. Lin Fei, Tai Yi, and Nangong Qianqian made their moves one after another. At the same time, they were on guard against any sneak attacks from Enlightened Master Junzi or the alien Mo Sang. In reality, they were both on guard against each other. Although the fiend immortal was dead, his fighting spirit was still there. The phantoms were all inanimate objects. They attacked instinctively, and as time passed, flaws appeared everywhere. The 3 forces joined forces and killed the phantoms one by one. Kill. When all the shadows were cleared, everyone launched their final attack. No one used their strongest attacks. If the other party was really a Xian immortal, they would have died long ago. Right now, they were just a wisp of remnant thoughts. They used the word were to continuously wear down the other party and the fiend immortal strength. Half an hour later, the fiend immortal was ground to death by them. Each of the 3 forces had suffered a certain degree of injuries. The fiend immortal was too strong. It was inevitable that he would be injured. To them, this kind of injury was negligible. It was really nothing. Look, exterminating a fiend immortal is such a simple matter. Mose descended from the sky and stood at the entrance of the tomb. Boom! The entrance to the tomb was blasted open. Mo Sang and the others were the first to enter. Some people refused. Taoist gentlemen blocked the cave entrance. The entrance to the tomb was taken by the 3 of us. It's not right for you to go in first. Reverend Gentleman was a scheming person. How could he let the alien race go in first and snatch the treasure? Mo Sang stopped and said with dissatisfaction, I can't let you go in first. What do you say, young Master Lin? Mo Sang was not stupid. He immediately dragged Lin Fei in to threaten Reverend Gentleman. Lin Fei naturally would not allow Reverend Gentleman to go in first. I think we can solve this problem. Lin Fei said with a smile, we can divide into 3 groups. We can arrange people in each group. This is fair to everyone. That's a good idea. I think it'll work. Mo Sang did not give Reverend Gentleman a chance to refuse. Then let's do it this way. Reverend Gentleman's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He knew that if he led people in, the fiend immortal sect and the alien race would join hands to destroy them. Lin Fei, that's a good idea. Don't you see the expression of gentleman and villain? Zhuge Hui said with a smile. Lin Fei said with a smile, I just had a flash of inspiration. Now, let's arrange the people in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups. You make the decision. Nangong Qianqian said. I don't care, Tai He said. Since they said so, Zhang Xiaohu did not refuse. How about this, Qian and Zhuge Hui will be in the first group. Su Shan and Brother Tai, you will be in the second group. And Li Chengfeng and I'll be in the third group. Lin Fei immediately decided. That's good. Everyone agreed with Lin Fei's decision. Nangong Qian, you're from the Fiend Immortal sect, so you know the Fiend Immortal sect best. When you find something useful, remember to remind us immediately. We will do our best to snatch it. Nangong Qian also understood Lin Fei's intention. Thank you for this time. Haha, we are partners. At this time, everyone had discussed the candidates. The first batch, the second batch, the third batch, everyone stood together. I didn't expect you to be in the last group. It turned out that Mo Sang and Reverend Gentleman were in the last group. They seemed to be worried that someone would attack them from behind, so they personally took charge. Reverend Gentleman said with a smile, "Aren't you in the last group too? Let's go." The first group entered the passage first. After putting some distance between them, the second group went in, and then the last group. Everyone was on guard. The passage was gloomy and rippling with fiend chi. At this time, without looking, they knew that this tomb was very different from the previous ones. They could not help but secretly increase their vigilance. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the first group came out of the passage without making any noise. It seemed that everything was going smoothly, and nothing good had appeared for the time being. When they came out of the passage, they saw a stairway that went up from bottom to top. It was shaped like a pyramid. On the left and right sides of the stairway stood an armored man. The stairway went all the way to the end of the world. Everyone's divine senses were suppressed, but they saw a throne with fiend chi at the end of the world. A fiend immortal, emitting fiend chi, was sitting majestically, like an emperor overlooking the world. That was not the main point. The main point was that the fiend immortal was holding a box the size of a square inch. Above the box, fiend chi was like clouds, constantly changing, and shadows were wandering around. Qian, do you recognize what's in the box? The fiend bone. There must be a fiend bone inside. Nangong Qian was excited. At the same time, she explained, the fiend bone is a method passed down by our fiend sect. It's similar to the demon heart. The fiend bone left behind by a fiend immortal at the mystic immortal realm must be extraordinary. Lin Fei checked with the system. The fiend bone inside was indeed precious. There was no trace of fiend chi in this body. Do it. Whether it was Mo Sang or Gentleman, it was just a temporary cooperation. As soon as they saw the box with fiend chi, they immediately realized that it was something good. The temporary cooperation was immediately broken. Whoosh, whoosh. The fastest was the alien race. Rumble. When they flew out, the world shook violently. The armored man, who originally had no aura, opened his eyes. Fiend chi covered his body, and he slashed with his blade. In an instant, all the armored men moved. The originally calm stairway to heaven was full of killing intent. The armored men guarded their path. The demonic blade turned into rays of white light. Mo Sang's two subordinates were killed by the armored men without any resistance. After killing them, the armored men stopped. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The stairway to heaven was not easy to pass. Gentlemen and the others, who were preparing to go out, were also covered in cold sweat. They were scared out of their wits. Those two alien races had the combat strength of an intermediate individual immortal, but they were killed so easily. It seems that the armored men on the stairway to heaven are all guarding the fiend immortals on the stairway. Lin Fei said indifferently, "Brother Tai, let's charge." Okay. Tai was a monster, a warrior race. He was very confident in his defense. Lin Fei, let's compete again and see whose defense is stronger. Let's compete. The two of them took the lead and rushed out. Nangong Qian and the others immediately caught up. Charge. Gentlemen also took the lead, not willing to be left behind. The treasures in such a large tomb must be priceless. Such an opportunity might only come once. It would be a pity to miss it. Advent of the Fire God. Mo Sang let out a loud roar and sent out a series of hand seals. Whoosh! Flames rose from the entire tomb and then spread out, turning into flame warriors. They didn't distinguish between you and me, and they all charged at them. Enjoy yourselves. Emosang laughed and rushed to the throne with his people. The flame warriors were everywhere in such a large tomb. Moreover, these flames could block the detection of one's divine sense. Once touched, one could not get rid of them. Damn it! Gentlemen cursed. Gentleman's light, open. The flame warriors that rushed up exploded with a bang. A white-robed gentleman appeared above gentleman's head. The flames automatically opened a path, and the gentleman's righteous chi blasted them away. Emosang is smart. He wants to use flames to block us. Lin Fei sneered. A black hole appeared in front of him, and the flame warriors were directly sucked in. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and flames fell on them. The flames are retreating. With the flames on their bodies, the flames did not dare to approach. How dare the flames of heaven and earth act so arrogantly? Lin Fei's flames of heaven and earth were very powerful, let alone flames. As for getting rid of the flames, Lin Fei could do it too. Doing so would only help others. He was not that bored. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Fei rushed in front. In the green flames, a blade slashed out and landed on Lin Fei's body. Blood flowed. Lin Fei slashed with his sword and blasted the opponent away, fighting for a chance for Nangong Qianqian and the others. As for getting rid of the flames, he still needed to suppress them. He could not be distracted. Damn it, this is a puppet. My sword actually left a white spot on it. Lin Fei was shocked. It was simply unexpected. There was such a puppet. It was even more powerful than the puppets of the alien race. Suddenly, Lin Fei was moved. Chapter 599. Let's take one first. Lin Fei was tempted. He couldn't suppress the extra puppets, but he could at least suppress one, right? The divine flame space moved, and Lin Fei instantly took away an armored man. In the divine flame space, the armored man kept struggling, and the divine flame quickly suppressed it. It seems like I can suppress another one. After suppressing one puppet, Lin Fei took another one and suppressed it. His strength was exactly 50% to suppress two puppets. Lin Fei did not dare to attack the third puppet. In a few breaths, Lin Fei and Tai rushed through half the distance. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and they forcibly blocked the armored puppet. Great entanglement technique. In the void, countless black vines as thick as an arm flew out, and the huge area instantly turned into a cage, blocking everyone's path. Incinerate. Mo shouted. A red spear appeared in his hand, and a blazing aura shot out in all directions. It hit the vines, causing a gap to appear. As for his subordinates, he temporarily ignored them and went straight for the treasure box on the throne. Whoosh, whoosh, Tai drew his bow and shot 3 arrows at Mose. Bang, bang, the few outsiders at the back were immediately injured. This Mose is really cunning, using his subordinates as cannon fodder. Tai cursed. Tai tried to stop the 2 arrows just now. But who would have thought that Mose would be so cunning and know how to use his subordinates as cannon fodder? It was really cruel. A word decides the world. Mose was approaching the throne, and Taoist gentleman behind him was anxious. A sacred fetus appeared behind him, and he threw a huge scroll in his hand. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers appeared, and everyone immediately felt a huge force suppressing them. This is the supreme immortal artifact of the celestial sect of wonders. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Nangong Qianqian was shocked. Once the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared, the entire world pressed down on everyone, making them unable to move. Nangong Qianqian, your eyesight is not bad. You can even recognize this. Taoist gentleman was excited. Unfortunately, the demon immortal's treasure is destined to belong to me. You can only watch. Taoist gentleman used the power of the sacred fetus to activate the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Mose was also suppressed by the 10,000 Li River Mountain. This immortal item was a heavenly immortal supreme grade immortal item, one of the 3 treasures of the Celestial School of Wonders. It was suppressed by the boundless rivers and mountains and the aura of an emperor. A top-grade heavenly immortal artifact. Mo Sang was shocked, and his body froze. Taoist gentleman strode forward and overtook Mo's. The treasure box appeared in front of him. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains was very powerful. Mountains and rivers, the chi of the emperor, the chi of the dragon vein, and the supreme chi of fate suppressed everything in the world. The profound sex righteous path is indeed capable. Lin Fei was shocked. This immortal artifact's power was tremendous. There was a mysterious power that suppressed them. It was as if there was an unmatched emperor that could decide everything with a single word. Humph! No matter how strong one's luck is, how can it be more domineering than the divine fire of the heavens and earth? Lin Fei roared. Divine flames burned on his body, ignoring everything as they burned the void. Crash! The inexorable sovereign began to loosen, and Lin Fei was able to move in an instant. 3,000 immortal arts, great slicer art. Lin Fei could move again. The 1,000-feet-long saber light slashed towards Taoist gentleman. Damn it! Just as Taoist gentleman was about to put away the treasure box, he sensed danger behind him. He saw Lin Fei break free and slash at him with a familiar saber. At this moment, the sacred embryo drove the 10,000-li river mountain. Taoist gentleman's battle prowess was only that of a nine-tribulation loose immortal. Naturally, he did not dare to take this saber strike head-on. This move had destroyed his body in the past, and he still had lingering fears. Taoist gentleman dodged decisively. When he dodged, Taoist gentleman cursed inwardly. Treasure box. The throne was right in front of Taoist gentleman. The demonic immortal on the throne and the treasure box in his hand entered Lin Fei's attack range. Although Taoist gentleman did not know what treasure was hidden in the treasure box, it would be too late for regrets if a sharp attack landed on it and destroyed the treasure inside. Taoist gentleman regretted dodging. Lin Fei's attack was too fast. Taoist gentleman had just reacted when Lin Fei's saber strike landed on the throne. Rumble. The crowd immediately saw the demonic immortal's body explode into thousands of pieces. The treasure box in his hand rose into the air. Surprisingly, it was not destroyed by Lin Fei's saber strike. My! Taoist gentleman stretched out his hand, trying to grab the treasure box. Whoosh! An arrow was shot from afar, carrying a fatal aura. One of Taoist gentleman's hands was destroyed, and he lost his chance. Tai! Taoist gentleman roared. A huge flaming bird flew down and grabbed the treasure box with its claws. Mose had made a move. He controlled the flames and formed the flaming bird. It was indeed effective. 10,000-li river mountain. The sacred embryo flew up, and the 10,000-li river mountain pressed down on the flaming bird. The flaming bird was only formed, and it was destroyed by the pressure. The treasure box fell as well. The fight had entered a white-hot stage. 7-colored glazed pagoda. Nangong Qianqian made a move at the crucial moment. The huge 7-colored glazed pagoda appeared above the treasure box and took it into the pagoda. However, Taoist gentleman reacted quickly and froze the pagoda. Slash! Lin Fei rushed up and used the great cutting art. At the same time, the sacred embryo appeared behind him. With a wave of his hand, the great millstone of heaven and earth crushed down on the 10,000-li river mountain. With this crushing, the 10,000-li river mountain was set on fire, and it began to loosen. The 10,000-li river mountain was unified. A single spark could start a prairie fire and destroy the artistic conception. Rumble. The 7-colored glazed pagoda kept struggling. Fire God King, bless me. Mose roared. He was not willing to give up just like that. In the endless void, a force descended. A shadow appeared behind the commander, covered in fiery red armor and emitting a domineering aura. The Fire God King took a step forward. The Fire God saber slashed down on the 7-colored glazed pagoda, pressing it down. Nangong Qianqian, who was controlling the pagoda, spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured. Tai suppressed Mose. Lin Fei shouted. Tai was the only one who could make a move. He could not do anything for now. One was dealing with Taoist gentleman himself, and the sacred embryo was dealing with the 10,000-li river mountain. The only one who could help Nangong Chantian was Tai. Whoosh, 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 a demon god appeared behind Tai. Demonic chi soared into the sky. He activated the sacred embryo and shot an arrow with a longbow in hand. The arrow struck the fire god king. Sparks flew everywhere. The fire god king took 3 steps back. The pressure on Nangong Chantian was immediately relieved. Sky-raising finger. Lin Fei activated his essence chi attack. He pointed at the Taoist gentleman's sacred embryo and killed it. Terrifying power swept out. The merciless finger landed on the Taoist gentleman's sacred embryo. Rumble. Lin Fei's great millstone of heaven and earth continued to grind the 10,000-li river mountain. War broke out everywhere. The 10,000-li river mountain was no longer united. The suppression was out of control. At this moment, Lin Fei burst forth with another burst of power, causing everyone to be shocked. Nangong Chantian took the opportunity to put the 7-colored glazed pagoda back into her body. At this time, Lin Fei's essence chi attack landed on the heaven stairway. The heaven stairway was razed to the ground. Unexpectedly, something strange happened. A huge black vortex rose from the bottom of the heaven stairway. A powerful suction force enveloped everyone. Damn it! What is this? The huge vortex moved from the bottom to the top. The terrifying suction force was irresistible. One by one, they were sucked into the vortex. Chapter 600. What a lucky kid. A resonant voice descended from the heavens. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Anyone could tell how powerful this voice was. It was as if it belonged to an unparalleled existence. If this person wanted to, this voice alone could kill them. Who spoke that voice? Could it be the almighty being from the treasury? Too powerful. Everyone had their own guesses, but they still couldn't believe that these words had come from that almighty being. What exactly did those words mean? In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into the vortex. Before losing consciousness, they were all cursing in their hearts. This had nothing to do with luck at all. The heavens were playing a big joke on them. After an unknown period of time, Lin Fei slowly woke up. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he looked around at his surroundings. I'm in a cave. At that moment, Lin Fei was lying in a dark cave. He could see the outside world from a short distance away. However, Lin Fei was completely confused as to why he had come to this place. Tai, where are Nangong Chantian and the others? Aside from himself, there was no one else in the passageway. If I don't run into the adept gentleman and the others, I shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Fei told himself as he began to figure out where he was. That last voice, could it really have been that almighty being? How could he have left behind a voice and even said something like that? Lin Fei said to himself, and there's a giant vortex at the bottom of the stairway to heaven. Should I be teleported outside? Or? Lin Fei wasn't sure. More importantly, Lin Fei would never have imagined that this almighty being would have set up such a joke. If it hadn't been for his final attack with his elemental energy, perhaps the vortex wouldn't have opened, and he wouldn't have known that there was another world below the stairway to heaven. Lin Fei first used his divine sense to investigate, but as soon as his divine sense touched the outside, he felt a monstrous pressure bearing down on him. His divine sense couldn't even move an inch. He was shocked. In the necropolis of the gods, his divine sense had been able to stay within a certain range. Lin Fei stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, the view of the outside world came into view. At this moment, Lin Fei was on top of a tall mountain. Outside was a boundless plain, as well as undulating mountain ranges. Did he really come out? Lin Fei was very doubtful. The necropolis of the gods couldn't possibly have such an appearance. That place was a graveyard. Lin Fei walked out. Plop, as soon as he took this step, a force of gravity assaulted him. Even though Lin Fei reacted quickly, he still collapsed under the pressure and his legs sank into the ground. What's going on? How can gravity be so strong? Lin Fei was completely stunned. This place was even more terrifying than the necropolis of the gods. Crack, crack, under the gravitational force. Lin Fei's bones were crushed and blood flowed out. The ground was covered in blood, but the gravitational force remained the same. After about 10 breaths, with a bang, Lin Fei exploded. After the blood mist, Lin Fei condensed again, but his face was filled with shock. This is still the Heaven's Legacy storehouse. I was teleported away. Lin Fei immediately understood what the last sentence meant. What a lucky brat. They had been lucky and had been teleported away by the vortex. Nangong Qianqian and the others were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they had all been teleported away. Lin Fei didn't know that he had been teleported to the second floor, but judging from the gravity here, this floor was definitely above the necropolis of the gods. But his joy only lasted for a moment. The gravity here was 100 times stronger than the necropolis of gods. This mercilessly told Lin Fei that the gravity here was capable of crushing a person to death until their body exploded. Lin Fei's true essence was very thick, but even he couldn't withstand this sort of consumption. Each time he regenerated his flesh and blood, he would use up a large amount of true essence. Haha, the result was obvious. Swoosh! Lin Fei entered the divine flame space. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the divine flame space. Otherwise, his losses would have been enormous. When he tried to fly, the gravity took effect, suppressing his speed until he was as slow as an ox. This time, Lin Fei was completely speechless. Damn, is this the 7th floor or the 6th floor? How can the gravity be so strong? Lin Fei's eyes were red with panic. There was nothing more frustrating than this, and there was no way to resolve it. The gravity was too strong. Lin Fei had no way of dealing with it. Constantly regenerating his flesh and blood, Lin Fei wasn't confident. Right now, Lin Fei did not even know which floor he was on. He also did not know what kind of dangers there were on this floor. To Lin Fei, everything was unknown. Lucky kid? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. He wasn't lucky at all. As soon as he came out, he had been killed by the gravity. This sort of feeling wasn't good at all. Could it be that he had to rely on the divine flame space to activate it? Lin Fei thought to himself. This method didn't seem to work. It was too slow. Who knew how long it would take? Lin Fei was completely helpless. In the face of this terrifying gravity, Lin Fei believed that everyone else would be the same as him. They wouldn't be able to think of a way to deal with it. Did he really have to cultivate his flesh and blood regenerating to the greater mastery level? But what about spiritual essence? Lin Fei asked himself. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei still couldn't come up with an answer. The distance was only about 1,000 miles. Lin Fei was speechless at the thought of this distance. Gravity is against people. What if there's something outside the divine flame space that gravity can't resist? Suddenly, Lin Fei recalled the scene of the battle in the tomb. Splash! Outside the divine flame space, there was another layer of divine flame. From the outside, it looked like a fireball. Let's go! Lin Fei activated the divine flame space. The fireball turned into a beam of light and flew out. The divine flame had blocked the unstoppable gravity. It's finally done. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If it hadn't worked just now, Lin Fei would have vomited blood. This mountain range was huge. Lin Fei didn't dare to come out again. The gravity was terrifying enough. Who knew what else was down there? He had to wait and see. Chirp! There was a shrill sound. Suddenly, a giant bird descended from the sky and grabbed the divine flame space. F*CK. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Through the divine flame space, Lin Fei saw that the bird was huge. It was thousands of feet long and gave off a powerful aura. This is a sky immortal monster. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Damn, a random bird was at the sky immortal level. How was he supposed to live? Moreover, it wasn't afraid of the gravity. That was even more terrifying. Because of this, Lin Fei felt extremely fortunate. If he flew out rashly, wouldn't he fall into the bird's hands? Fight my ass. On one hand, there was the gravity. On the other hand, there was a sky immortal bird. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. He would probably be killed the moment he came out. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Right now, that was all Lin Fei could do. The huge bird grabbed the fireball and spread its wings. It could travel tens of thousands of miles. In a few breaths, it could travel millions of miles. It was really brave and mighty. Lin Fei could finally see the whole picture. F***CK. These monsters are all loose immortals. Birds flew across the sky, and from time to time, groups of demonic beasts would appear below. They gathered together, and that was a huge aura. They leisurely hunted for food, and the gravity that could crush Lin Fei was nothing to them. Lin Fei coughed up blood when he saw this. Monsters were really strong against gravity. Suddenly, Lin Fei rejoiced at his good luck. If it wasn't for luck, he might not have been able to come to this level. He didn't know how Nangong, Qian, and the others were. It would be best if they were killed by monsters. They wouldn't be as lucky as him. The bird continued flying and flew millions of miles. F***CK. Where is this bird going? Millions of miles. This bird was too fast. It was several times faster than Lin Fei. Boom! Suddenly, a figure shot down from the sky and slammed into the bird's body. The massive attack power was immediately blasted away, and it landed in a mountain range below. The mountain was instantly razed to the ground. God knew how many monsters were killed. Monkey. No, this seems to be the extinct giant flying ape. It's rumored to be ferocious. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. This was another celestial immortal monster. Furthermore, it could fly. Awesome. When the bird was blasted down, the scene was filled with purple flames that burned everything around it. At the same time, it continued to spread, forming a kingdom of fire. F***CK. So that's what happened. Previously, Lin Fei might not have seen anything and suspected that this bird was just interesting. But now he knew that this guy was interested in his divine fire. A flaming celestial immortal bird. Roar, roar. The giant flying ape rushed down and attacked the bird. The bird controlled the divine fire and fought with the giant flying ape angrily. They exchanged blows, and the whole mountain was in trouble. The itinerant, immortal-level demonic beasts all disappeared without a trace. The bird was the overlord of the sky, but on the ground, it was suppressed by the giant flying ape. Every time it wanted to fly up, the giant flying ape would always shoot it down. This giant flying ape is too strong. If I encounter it, I won't be its match at all, even if I use the sacred embryo. Lin Fei was shocked by what he saw. This giant flying ape was really ferocious. Its defense and recovery were top-notch. Although the purple flames could hurt the giant flying ape, it could not stop its rapid recovery. One could imagine how powerful this giant flying ape was. This bird is going to lose. Just as the voice fell, the bird was blasted away, and a huge hole appeared. But this bird did not put down the divine fire, treating it like a treasure. The bird was the overlord of the sky, but when it encountered the giant flying ape, it was much weaker in terms of power and attack. Just when it thought that the bird was going to lose. Chapter 601. The Sky Immortal Bird's last counterattack had severely injured the flying ape. Just as Lin Fei was cheering at how impressive this attack was, he did not expect the heaven-soaring ape to counterattack even though it was injured. Its physical body was strong, so it would not die immediately. Its claws were like knives. Blood splattered as it forcibly tore out a chunk of flesh from the celestial immortal bird. F***CK, it's not dead. Lin Fei saw the last attack clearly. The Sky Immortal Bird had compressed its power, and the attack was shocking. However, the result was still surprising. Looks like the Sky Immortal Bird is going to die. Lin Fei didn't think that the Sky Immortal Bird could kill the flying ape. The Sky Immortal Bird was severely injured and could die at any time. Save it? Of course, it was impossible. With Lin Fei's measly strength, if he were to make a move, wouldn't he be killed by the soaring giant ape? Boom, some time passed. A shocking scene appeared. The flying ape was severely injured. After it sent the Sky Immortal Bird flying again, purple flames appeared all over its body and turned the Sky Immortal Bird into a purple flame man. What? Lin Fei was shocked. Unexpected, truly unexpected. no matter how he looked at it. The scene in front of him was unimaginable. The sky immortal bird stood up, soared into the sky, and pounced. At least, that was what Lin Fei thought. A Jingguang golden elixir flew out. A monster elixir. Lin Fei recognized it immediately. It was the legendary monster elixir. After a monster leveled up, its monster core would become a monster elixir. It could be used to hurt people at the crucial moment. It could be considered another attack method of the monster. After eating the monster elixir, the sky immortal bird's injuries recovered a lot, and it soared into the sky. How tragic! Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked. A fight between two celestial immortal demonic beasts would be like this. If a human celestial immortal were to encounter it, Lin Fei truly did not think that he would be able to withstand it. This was especially true for the final strike. Not even he could tell that the power within the strike had been compressed. The giant celestial soaring ape had ignored this power and was heavily injured on the spot. However, this was not the main point. The purple flames seeped in from the outside to the inside. This was the most tyrannical aspect. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't act rashly. The sky immortal bird was more terrifying than he had imagined. Boom! After the celestial immortal bird flew halfway, it fell from the sky with a bang and smashed into a mountain peak. The mountain peak was cut in half on the spot, and a large crater was created. F***CK, Lin Fei was startled. They all thought that the heavenly immortal flying bird was amazing. Who would have thought that it was actually exhausted, its injury severe? F***CK, is he dead or not? Lin Fei did not dare to show himself. The celestial immortal bird's goal was not the celestial immortal shadow. Even though the celestial immortal shadow was very powerful, it was actually just a small amount of energy. Although they could kill a person, they couldn't kill them completely. Everyone could rest assured. This was a true celestial immortal bird. It was the truly terrifying one. Once it attacked, it could completely kill you. Even if Lin Fei had flesh rebirth, he would not be able to withstand the attack of a true celestial immortal. That was how terrifying celestial immortals were. Be it humans or demons, once they passed the tribulation and became celestial immortals, even the weakest celestial immortal could kill a 9-tribulation bodiless immortal. This was a chasm that no one could cross. Lin Fei had foresight. He could be arrogant, but he couldn't be arrogant to celestial immortals. They had the ability to be arrogant, but did he? Not at all. After the celestial immortal bird fell to the ground, it was on the verge of death. Its injuries were too severe, and it could die at any moment. Just after it fell to the ground for a while, Lin Fei acutely sensed that 2 powerful auras were heading in this direction. F***CK, so sensitive? After a while, 2 birds of the same size appeared in the sky. One was black and the other was red. They looked ferocious as they circled in the sky. I knew it. It turned out that 2 more celestial immortal birds had appeared in the sky. They were going to eat the bird. Which level is this place? There are too many celestial immortal beasts. Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had planned to cultivate flesh rebirth, but he was afraid that if he did that, he might become the prey of countless beasts. Even though his lifespan was only around 3,000 years, his chi and blood were still powerful. Right now, a celestial immortal bird had attracted 2 celestial immortal birds after being injured for a moment. The chi and blood of this celestial immortal bird were powerful enough. Lin Fei easily figured out that the 2 celestial immortal birds had found him through their chi and blood. The purple bird was covered in wounds. Even though it had consumed a beast core, purple blood was still flowing out. Each drop of purple blood contained a powerful aura. It's such a pity that it's eaten. It would be great if I could tame it. Lin Fei thought to himself. Even though he had Hairball as a pet, this bird was the kind that grew slowly. In other words, he didn't know how long it would take for it to grow to the point where it could attack. Lin Fei really needed a beast that could fight. If he had a celestial immortal bird as a mount, that would be awesome. Right, why don't I give it a try? Before, Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about this. The celestial immortal bird was too powerful. It wasn't something he could tame at the moment. The difference in levels was too big. But there seemed to be an opportunity right now. If I use the sacred fetus to suppress it and then use the system, the success rate should be very high. Lin Fei was beaming with joy as he analyzed. He was very confident. Damn it, let's do it. In the end, Lin Fei decided to give it a shot. If he succeeded, he would gain endless benefits. It was worth the effort because this level was too dangerous. Back, Lin Fei activated the sacred fetus. Even though the celestial immortal bird was injured, it still resisted. But it couldn't resist the divine flame space. In an instant, the celestial immortal bird was sucked in. As soon as the celestial immortal bird disappeared, the other two celestial immortal birds outside let out a long cry and rushed down from above. The first mountain collapsed again. They let out a long cry of anger. The prey in front of them had disappeared. In the divine flame space, Lin Fei thought that he would need to use his power to suppress the celestial immortal bird. But when the celestial immortal bird came in, it stopped struggling. Scared, the divine flame burned. The heavily injured celestial immortal bird started to tremble, as if it had seen an unparalleled existence. Good chance. Lin Fei didn't care why it was trembling. This was obviously a good chance to tame the celestial immortal bird. Pet system activated. Ding. Discovered heavily injured primordial fiery bird. Do you want to tame it? Required points, 100 million. Success rate, 80%. Tame. Chapter 602. In a dark and gloomy underground world, a huge sacred fetus was moving forward step by step against a monstrous gravity. His eyes were fixed on the end. Lin Fei, you're dead this time. This person was none other than Taoist Master Gentleman. At this moment, his body was in a sorry state. The power of the sacred fetus behind him was constantly weakening. At the end of the path was a corpse. It was a gigantic golden skeleton that emanated boundless might, as if it was the lord of the sun. Taoist Master Gentleman could not escape from the huge whirlpool and was also transported out. Lin Fei, you must not have expected that I'm lucky enough to escape death. After I refine this thing, my main body will have the combat strength of a heaven immortal. At the very least, I will have the combat strength of a half-step heaven immortal. At that time, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Crack, crack, Taoist Master Gentleman's blood flowed, forming a path of blood. Ha ha! Under his ferocious face, there was a devilish red color that made one's scalp go numb. I don't believe that you will be luckier than me this time. In the divine flame space, Lin Fei could not help but yawn. Damn, who is thinking of me now? Could be my woman? After a while, there was still no reply from the system. Lin Fei was really worried that he would fail. 100 million points was nothing to Lin Fei. He could do it 7 or 8 more times without blinking. A heaven immortal mount had many benefits that could not be compared to points. I must succeed. Lin Fei did not think that he would encounter such a good opportunity. Even with such a serious injury, the success rate was only 80%. One could imagine how powerful this primordial flamingo was. According to theory, Lin Fei believed that the success rate would be very high. Unless he was extremely unlucky, there would not be a failure rate of 20%. An hour later, Lin Fei was no longer disappointed. After such a long time, it was almost impossible to succeed. Failure was inevitable. Just as he was about to give up, the system's voice came. Lin Fei could say that the appearance of this voice was no less than the feeling of picking up a girl. It felt so good. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully taming the ancient flamingo. Ding! Primordial fiery bird is severely injured. Please treat it in time. Lin Fei's happiness lasted for less than a minute before he immediately became worried. Boom! The body of the primordial flamingo once again appeared in the divine flame space. Even though their bodies were the same as before, and they were still emitting terrifying auras, each aura forming into a small blazing bird, they were still on the verge of death. F***CK, isn't this a scam? Lin Fei vomited blood. System, can't little purple be saved? Lin Fei knew that the system had specialized medical equipment. Ding! You are not yet a heavenly immortal. This function is temporarily unavailable. Unexpectedly, the system gave Lin Fei an explanation that drove him crazy. F***CK. Lin Fei gave him the middle finger. There was no other way. There was really no other way. Lin Fei immediately opened the system shop and spent tens of millions of points to buy pills in an attempt to treat Little Purple, who knew that the pills would have no effect at all. Little Purple's aura continued to weaken. According to his calculations, in less than an hour, Little Purple would die. This time, Lin Fei was even more unable to stay calm. F***CK, did I get happy for nothing? Lin Fei hung his head dejectedly. It wasn't easy to get a heavenly immortal bird, a real heavenly immortal bird. But in the end, this was the result. It was really a huge blow. F***CK. Lin Fei cursed. Then, he used 100 million points to buy an Emperor medicinal pill. This was the medicinal pill with the strongest recovery effect among all the pills. As for the heavenly immortal pills, they were all sealed. This time, it should be of some use. Even Lin Fei couldn't bear to buy a 100 million point pill. He'd spent almost 300 million points on this guy. When the Monarch medicinal pill was consumed, Lin Fei's anticipation did not appear at all. In other words, Lin Fei's medicinal pill was wasted. 100 million was wasted. Is it really not working? After consuming the 100 million Imperial pill, Little Purple's injuries did not recover at all. It seems that the injuries caused by the battle between heavenly immortals can only be healed with heavenly immortal pills. Lin Fei could only stare. I'm not fated to have it. Not resigned. Really not resigned. The heavenly immortal bird was subdued, but it was not far from the brink of death. Lin Fei had suffered a loss. Moreover, the two heavenly immortal birds did not leave. Instead, they were circling in the sky. Lin Fei suspected that they had sensed Little Purple's aura. This was also a big problem for Lin Fei. What a headache! The two heavenly immortal birds did not leave. Lin Fei could only hide in the space of divine fire. Once he went out, he would be killed by the two heavenly immortal birds and become their food. Yes, food. Lin Fei's head was hanging low. At this juncture, a faintly discernible thought kept reverberating in his mind. This is... Lin Fei was shocked. He immediately understood what it was. This is my contact with Little Purple. This thought. Lin Fei calmed down and began to ponder. Fire. Fire? The thought was intermittent. Lin Fei could barely feel it. Excited? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. I finally understand. Little Purple wants to consume the divine fire of heaven and earth. In the thought, Lin Fei finally sensed that Little Purple wanted to consume the divine fire to heal its injuries. Lin Fei thought it must be so. He couldn't have been wrong. Anyway, in this situation, he had to try it. Maybe the surrounding divine fire of heaven and earth turned into tiny ox hairs and entered Little Purple's body. Lin Fei didn't dare to force it. The divine fire of heaven and earth was too powerful. Damn, it still looks like it's enjoying it. When the divine fire entered Little Purple's body, Lin Fei found that this guy, who looked lifeless just now, suddenly became motivated. Although it was very weak, Lin Fei could still feel it. It works. It really works. Lin Fei was undoubtedly the happiest one. After investing 300 million points, he finally got a flying mount. How could Lin Fei not be happy? This was a strong fighter. Whether or not he could get along well on this level and obtain treasures depended entirely on this fellow. It took Lin Fei 3 days to heal. At first, it was as thin as ox hairs. Later, it became fist-sized fireballs. Little Purple ate it with relish. Fortunately, in the space of divine fire, it could continuously produce divine fire. Whoosh! After swallowing another divine fireball, the purple flames on Little Violet's body burned fiercely and turned into a huge purple fireball. Lin Fei was shocked. This happened without any warning. Ding! Congratulations, player. The primordial flame bird is undergoing atavism, commonly known as bloodline activation. No way, I'm so lucky. Lin Fei blinked and looked at the huge fireball. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that Little Purple could evolve because of the divine fire. The divine fire of heaven and earth was a unique existence. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that the power of the divine fire was only a small part, but it was enough for Lin Fei to benefit endlessly. The only thing he didn't expect was that the divine fire would be so powerful. It could even help the primordial flame bird to atavism. Atavism. Lin Fei knew very well what it meant. Many demonic beasts were either from the ancient times or the ancient times. That was especially true of the domineering races. Almost all of them had a powerful ancestor. As time passed, the descendants of these overbearing beasts all lost the possibility of being powerful. It was either because their bloodlines were thin or because there were many reasons. Even so, these descendants of the demon race were all powerful beings. Now that the primordial flame bird was atavism, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful it would be. I really found a treasure. Once the primordial flame bird atavism was successful, Lin Fei would have a powerful fighter. Also, he could refine that huge demonic bull. Lin Fei controlled the universal heavenly furnace and used the power of the sacred fetus, but he still couldn't refine it. But now, he had a heaven immortal primordial flame bird. He could refine anything he wanted. It was a piece of cake. This was why Lin Fei thought he had picked up a treasure. The purple flames surrounding Little Purple exploded, and Lin Fei saw an immemorial blazing bird exuding a tyrannical aura fly out of the flames. It was like a purple sun, filled with destruction and tyranny. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining atavism Overlord Beast. The primordial flame bird flew out. Luckily, the mystical flame space was big, or else it wouldn't be able to contain this guy. Mother asterisk her, this is practically his son. Lin Fei could personally feel that Little Purple had been reborn. Its body was now tens of thousands of feet long, and its body was burning with purple fire. Little Violet let out a long howl, filled with boundless dominance. The way it looked at Lin Fei was gentle. After all, it knew that if it wasn't for the person in front of it, it wouldn't have succeeded in atavism and become a true overlord beast. After successfully atavism, Little Purple howled and spat out purple fire at the demonic bull's giant corpse. Ever since he placed the demonic bull in the mystical flame space, Lin Fei had tried to refine it. Sadly, it didn't work. Even though he could refine it with a mystical flame, the speed was very slow. Little Purple's purple fire landed on the demonic bull's body. Previously, the mystical flame couldn't burn the demonic bull's body. Under the purple fire, the tough flesh started to loosen. Then it was burned into nothingness. Strands of celestial energy were squeezed out from the flesh. Awesome! Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Little Purple was so smart. It would try to show off. With a mouthful of purple fire, the demonic bull was refined. The moment the celestial energy came out, Lin Fei sucked it into his body. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the celestial energy. Chapter 603. It's done. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, they shone like two rising suns. Breakthrough. Lin Fei finally took an important step and became a high-level loose immortal. After refining the demonic bull, Lin Fei absorbed and refined all its immortal power. Although he was still a perfected emperor, his combat power had entered the ranks of a 7 Tribulation loose immortal. He was now a high-level loose immortal. Lin Fei felt that his body had become stronger. Even when facing gravity, his body would not easily explode. After becoming a high-level loose immortal, Lin Fei's combat power had become stronger. The demon immortal Devil Ox's immortal power was all within its flesh and blood. Lin Fei was lucky enough to rely on Little Violet to refine it. If it fell into the hands of ordinary people, they would only be able to stare at it helplessly. Even celestial immortals would need a very long time to refine it. This time, it's all thanks to Little Violet. Lin Fei stood up, his aura soaring. Don't underestimate a minor breakthrough. For Lin Fei, his combat power was constantly increasing. If it was before, when facing perfected gentlemen, Lin Fei would still be suppressed. Now that he had advanced a minor realm, his combat power was no weaker than perfected gentleman's. Anyone could imagine the terrifying amount of celestial force that would be refined from such a demonic immortal. If he encountered perfected gentleman again, Lin Fei could fight him to a draw or even win. He would not be at a disadvantage like before. Back then, although Lin Fei could unleash the combat power of a high-level loose immortal, he needed to unleash it. His offensive power was slightly insufficient. Now that he was a high-level loose immortal, he could unleash the combat power of a high-level loose immortal. He did not need to unleash it. Little Violet, good job, Lin Fei said to Little Violet. Without Little Violet's help, although Lin Fei could refine the demonic bull, he needed to have the combat power of a sky immortal to completely refine it. Little Violet flapped its wings. Purple flames burned. It was very excited. At the same time, it wanted to go out. Could it be the two sky immortal flying beasts outside? Lin Fei could also sense that the immortal birds were circling in the sky, searching, as if they would not stop until they found the corpse. I wonder how strong Little Purple will be after the atavism. Although he knew about the atavism, Lin Fei really didn't know about its actual combat power. In his subconscious, Little Purple, who had successfully atavism, should be a very powerful existence. Crash in the sky. Little Violet appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky like a purple sun. It let out a long roar, and the sky changed color. Lin Fei also came out. The gravity instantly dropped. Lin Fei activated his quintessential essence and forcefully withstood it. It was much easier than before, and he didn't have to worry about being crushed. The combat power of a high-level loose immortal truly is much better. Resisting the gravitational pull is not as taxing as before. As soon as Little Violet appeared, the two sky immortal flying beasts in the sky turned into two streams of light and rushed down. They seemed to think that Little Violet's appearance was fake and wanted to expose Little Violet's disguise. Little Violet's huge body changed and returned to the size of 10,000 feet. It rushed up and grabbed with its sharp claws. The defense of the sky immortal flying beasts was immediately broken like a piece of tofu. A golden demon core was grabbed out, and then it swallowed it. Another claw fell on the body of the sky immortal flying beasts. Woo! The sky immortal flying beasts fell from the sky with a miserable cry and smashed into a mountain range, shaking the earth and the mountains. Without the gold core, the sky immortal flying beasts lost 90% of their combat power. How could they resist Little Violet's attack? Even Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded by what he was seeing. After atavism, it is so powerful. The sky immortal flying beasts were severely injured by one attack. Lin Fei couldn't imagine that the sky immortal flying beasts would be defeated so quickly. In his subconscious mind, although Little Violet had been defeated and rebuilt, it needed time to recover. At most, it could drive away the two sky immortal flying beasts. He didn't expect that it would severely injure one sky immortal flying beasts and swallow the gold core. This sky immortal flying beasts were useless. A sky immortal flying beasts. If they were in front of Lin Fei, he might not be able to injure them even after 100 years. Seeing this, the other sky immortal flying beasts turned around in fear and wanted to fly away. Now that Little Violet had succeeded in atavism and became an overlord, it spat out a purple flame that covered the sky. Another sky immortal flying beast was killed. As soon as the purple flame appeared, the sky immortal flying beasts were trapped in the flames. The sky immortal flying beasts kept struggling, but they couldn't break free. They let out miserable cries, and finally, they were burned to death by the purple flame. Lin Fei's heart ached when he saw this. When Little Violet was about to kill the second sky immortal flying beast, Lin Fei kept it without hesitation. What a joke. If he killed it again, it would be a huge loss. Through Little Violet's burning, it turned into extremely pure celestial force. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fei knew that he had made the right bet. With such an overlord mount, it seemed that reaching the combat power of Sky Immortal was no longer a dream. Originally, Lin Fei was aiming for the spirit vein, but now He didn't need the spirit veins help anymore. Refining the sky, immortal flying beast would give Lin Fei a large amount of celestial force. Little Violet, let's go hunt the sky, immortal flying beasts. Lin Fei sat on Little Violet. Little Violet let out a long roar. Its domineering voice attracted the uneasiness of countless beasts, and it started hunting them. Apart from the sky immortals at the beginning, most of the beasts that Lin Fei encountered were high-level bodiless immortals. Each of them was a few times stronger than a human. Lin Fei didn't refuse any of them and refined them all. The core lake continued to expand. Lin Fei's strength was also constantly being compressed. Even he didn't know how many times he had compressed it. In the beginning, Little Violet used the advantage of being an overlord and swallowed the golden core. Its strength grew day by day, and it could find powerful beings. But later, the beasts ran far away. Everyone knew that there was an overlord beast, and those powerful beasts didn't dare to come out. Clearly, the combat power of a sky immortal could kill beings of the same level. Especially that purple flame, it was really terrifying. Only a few beasts could withstand it. The beasts were gone, and Lin Fei's strength was improving by leaps and bounds. How could he be willing to give up? So, Lin Fei thought of a way to put Little Violet in the divine flame space and wander around to attract the attention of the beasts. It was a very powerful move. Lin Fei's chi and blood were strong. As his strength increased, his lifespan also recovered from 3,000 years to 20,000 years. He walked on a mountain and released the power of his chi and blood, which immediately attracted a large group of beasts. When Little Violet was released, its overlord aura suppressed the beasts on the spot. In a month, Lin Fei and Little Violet swept through the entire area. They killed more than 20 sky and mortal realm beasts and turned them into Lin Fei's cultivation tools. After refining another group of beasts, Lin Fei's strength entered the 9 tribulation bodiless immortal realm. It was really like riding a rocket. Finally, I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. I'm only one step away from becoming a sky immortal. Lin Fei opened his eyes. There are no beasts on this level. I'm going to the next level. I haven't accumulated enough yet. I need to keep accumulating. Go to the next level.